Hi, once again. I almost started streaming without my model on because I am stupid. I do this every time. I cannot remember to open YouTube Studio. Anyway, hello! Welcome. Today we are going to play Katawa Shoujo. I have with me, in the corner, Stay for Work Sasuke, because I know some spicy stuff might pop up despite me disabling the H scenes. It's disabled because Twitch doesn't like that. So we have a censor just in case. I did show a lot of stuff yesterday on my Fate Grand Order stream, like Melt, Passion Lip, Kiara, comma, Titty, just full on when I was showing the wonders of Fate Grand Order to a friend. So Twitch might be okay with a little titty every now and then. We'll see. I fiddled with my mic a little bit, so let me know how everything sounds. Also, I can't put this game full screen because my computer has a stroke, so I have it in windowed mode. Mic sounds really good to me, but I'm on my phone. Yay! I'll take it. Edit OBS Live like a pro. Okie dokie. I just horfed down dinner like super duper fast, so sorry if I sound a little froggy. Okay, I also need to pull up my guide, so I am going to be using a guide for this. So I know what routes to go on and everything. I have played this 3 times before, or 2 times before. This is my 3rd. Never entirely through. Also, it's been a really long time since like I tried playing it. The first time was in high school when I was on the robotics club, and my buddy came up to me one day and he was like, "Check out what I found on 4chan last night. It's a game where you bang crippled girls." And we all played it thinking it was going to be bad, but we were pleasantly surprised that it's actually really good. We played it like a little bit on his laptop at school. I was very surprised when I went home and downloaded it myself that there were H scenes, because I did not check out the menu because I was a freshman in high school and I was still innocent to many things. And then I played it again like years later in college. However, in between then and now, I got a really nasty brain injury and I've lost a lot of my memories. Got some amnesia here, so I genuinely do not remember a lot of it. I remember liking it. I remember liking like every character. I know I did Emmy and Lily's route, and I think I was working on Rin's, and I wanted to do Hanako, but I could never get her because she's tricky. So, we're just gonna play it by ear. I might let you guys decide which order and route we go. I'm tentatively going to start with Emmy because I like starting with her. I think her route is a really good way to start. But, with that being said, let's go! I'm also not, like, super used to reading, things like this. So, cool, OBS, thank you for doing that. Alright! A light breeze causes the naked branches overhead to rattle like wooden wind chimes. This is a popular retreat for couples in the summer. The deciduous trees provide a beautiful green canopy far out of sight of teachers and fellow students. But now, in late winter, it feels like I'm standing under a pile of kindling. I breathe into my cupped hands and rub them together furiously to prevent them from numbing in this cold. Just how long am I expected to wait out here anyways? I'm sure the note said 4 p.m. Ah yes, the note slipped between the pages of my math book while I wasn't looking. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not really a voice actor type person. I would attempt to do voices for everyone, but I'm pretty sure it would be cringe and not entertaining, so you just get to listen to my normal voice. As far as cliches go, I'm more of a fan of the letter in the locker, but at least this way shows a bit of initiative. As I ponder the meaning of the note, the snowfall gradually thickens. The snowflakes silently fall from the white painted sky are the only sign of time passing in this stagnant world. Their slow descent upon the frozen forest makes it seem like time has slowed to a crawl. The rustling of dry snow underfoot startles me, interrupting the quiet mood. Someone is approaching me from behind. The generic Cruiser, thank you for the follow. Also, thank you for all the guys that dropped a follow before the stream. Black and Chinese O2, Silver Soul Sir user, Montague, Jeremiah Creamslide, H1N1, the Fox Steed, Damn the Forge, Pirate Trace, Hatch Forward, Grid 1 was taken, all of you guys. Sorry if I butchered your usernames, but thank you so much for the follow. Very pleasantly surprised. Felonier, thank you for the follow. Very pleasantly surprised that so many people were actually interested over on Twitter, the subreddit. But yeah, I'm so excited to play this game again, and thank you all for coming with me. Back to the game. Hisao, you came? Waited for the stream. Yes, you did. I just started. Welcome. And I tend to stream for like 3-5 hours, sometimes more, so we're gonna be here for a while. A hesitating, barely audible question. However, I recognize the owner of that dainty voice instantly. I feel my heart skip a beat. It's a voice I've listened to hundreds of times, but never as more than an eavesdropper to a conversation. I turn to face this voice, the voice of my dreams, and my heart begins to race. CGs for this game are so nice and so cute. I love it. It's aged so well. Iwanako, I got the note telling me to wait here. It was yours? Damn it. I spent all afternoon trying to come up with a good line, and that was the result. Pathetic. Yes, I asked a friend to give you that note. I'm so glad you got it. A shy, joyous smile that makes me so tense I couldn't move a single muscle, even if I tried. My heart is pounding now, as if it were trying to burst from my chest and claim this girl for itself. Over a decade old, it's still my favorite VN. It's really good. I realized that it was over a decade old recently, and I was like, I might have played this game the year it came out. Like, when my buddy showed it to me in high school, it literally might have been from when it came out. I'm outing how old I am over here. But yeah. I've only played a couple VNs. This is the only one I've played like more than once. Fate Stay Night is probably my favorite, although I have yet to actually play the thing. I've spot read it online. But it's definitely one of my favorite like stories, VNs, period. Like, and it has been for 10 years. Definitely agree with that. So, here we are, out in the cold. Once again, the wind stirs up the branches. The cacophonous noise is music to my ears. Wanako flinches ever so softly against the gust of wind. As it passes, she rights herself as if supported by some new confidence. Her eyes lock with mine, and she lazily twirls her long, dark hair around her finger. All the while, the anxious beating of my heart grows louder. I cannot use arrows to... Damn, I gotta click. You played it in high school too? Yeah, that's a very common experience a lot of people find in high school. My throat is tight. I doubt I could even force a word out if I tried. You see, I wanted to know if you'd go out with me. I stand there, motionless, save for my pounding heart. I want to say something in reply, but my vocal cords feel like they've been stretched beyond the breaking point. Hisao? I reach up to try to massage my throat, but this only sends spikes of blinding pain along my arms. Hisao? The ba-thump of doom. My whole body freezes, save for my eyes, which shoot open in terror. The beating in my chest suddenly stops, and I go weak at the knees. The world around me, the canopy of bare branches, the dull winter sky, Iwanako running towards me, all these fade to black. The last things I remember before slipping away are the sounds of Iwanako screaming for help and the insistent chatter of the branches above me. Probably the best English original VN ever. I didn't even know it was English original until... The reason I am playing this now is because, like 3 days ago, on a random anime video on YouTube, I found out that Raita, one of the artists for Fate Grand Order, is responsible for the original concept for all of these- Ah, there we go! Raita! I did not know what that meant when I first played this. I love Fate Grand Order, so finding out that, like, Raiko's artist came up with this, I was like, no. fucking way. And especially when I found that like the studio shot him a message like translated like, dude, can we like turn this into a VN? And Raida was like, go for it. Crazy. Crazy. But that's why I'm replaying it now, because I literally just had my mind blown finding out that Raita came up with these in the back of a Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind Dojin 2. Of all things, that's also my favorite Studio Ghibli movie, so very, very funny. Also, I'm sorry if you hear any random background noise. That is my dog. She is very loud. Aren't you, Zelda? Yes. It's been 4 months since my heart attack. 4 months in the hospital, gross. And that whole time, I can probably count the times I've left this hospital room unsupervised on one hand. 4 months is a pretty long time when you're left alone with your thoughts, so I've had plenty of time to come to terms with my situation. I can relate to that. Arrhythmia. A strange word, a foreign, alien one that you don't want to be in the same room with. A rare condition. It causes the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. Apparently, I've had it for a long time. They said it was a miracle that I was able to go on so long without it happening. The circumstances of Katawa Shoujo's creation will always be simultaneously funny and heartwarming. Yes! Absolutely! It is. Oh, my dog is warping again. When playing this, I was wondering how much I'd relate to all the characters, because I felt like, Emmy and Shizune maybe I'd relate the most to, but I was not expecting to actually relate to Hisao, because I was not in hospital for 4 months, but for about 3 months I was at home, like on bed rest, couldn't eat, sleep, drink, like anything, severely incapacitated with my spine and brain issues before I had my surgery. And also, when I got my surgery, everyone told me, it's a miracle you're alive. Like, you should have died. One wrong sneeze and you would have died, like, months ago. It's really scary to be in that kind of situation. So, relatable protag, not for many, but relatable for me. Is that really a miracle? I guess it was supposed to make me feel better, more appreciative of my life. It really didn't do anything to cheer me up. Yeah, relatable. My parents, I think, were hit harder by the news than I was. They practically had 2 hemorrhages apiece. Same with me. My family was more upset than I was. I had already had a full day by then to digest everything. To them, it was all fresh. They were even willing to sell our house in order to pay for a cure. Of course, there isn't a cure. Because of the late discovery of this condition, I've had to stay at the hospital to recuperate from the treatments. When I was first admitted, I felt as if I was missed. For about a week, my room in the ward was full of flowers, balloons, and cards. But the visitors soon dwindled, and all the get-well gifts began trickling down to nothing shortly after. I realized that the only reason I had gotten so many cards and flowers was because sending me their sympathy had been turned into a class project. Maybe some people were genuinely concerned, but I doubt it. Even in the beginning, I barely had visitors. At the end of the first month, only my parents came by on a regular basis. Iwanako was the last to stop visiting. After 6 weeks, I never saw her again. We never had that much to talk about when she visited anyway. We didn't touch the subject that was between us on that snowy day ever again. The hospital? It's not really a place I'd like to live in. The doctors and nurses feel so impersonal and faceless. Zelda, please behave. No grumbling, baby. Go lay down. I guess it's because they are in a hurry and they have a million other patients waiting for them, but it makes me feel uncomfortable. For the first month or so, I asked the head cardiologist every time I saw him for a rough estimate of when I'd be able to leave. He never answered anything in a straightforward way, but told me to wait and see if the treatments and the surgeries worked. So I idly observed the scar that those surgeries had left on my chest slowly change its appearance over time, thinking of it as some kind of omen. I still ask the head cardiologist about leaving, but my expectations are low enough now that I'm not disappointed anymore when I don't get a reply. The way he shuffles around the answer shows that there is at least some hope. At some point, I stopped watching TV. I don't know why, I just did. Maybe it was the wrong kind of escapism for my situation. I started reading instead. There was a small library at the hospital, although it was more like a storeroom for books. I began working my way through it, one small stack at a time. After consuming them, I would go back for more. I found that I liked reading, and I think I even became a bit did. I started feeling naked without a book in my hands. Oh, that's relatable to me. But I love those stories. That was what my life was like. The days became increasingly harder to distinguish from each other, differing only by the book I was reading and the weather outside. It felt like the time blurred into some kind of gooey mass I was trapped inside instead of moving within. A week could go by without me really noticing it. Sometimes I'd pause in realization that I didn't know what day of the week it was. But other times, all the things that surrounded me would painfully crash into my consciousness through the barrier of nonchalance I'd set up for myself. The pages of my book would start to feel sharp and burning hot, and the heaviness in my chest would become so hard to bear that I had to put the book aside and just lay down for a while, looking at the ceiling as if I was going to cry. That happened only rarely, and I couldn't even cry. Yeah, the people who wrote this definitely knew someone who had an event like this happen in their life, because relatable, hitting hard, hitting close to home. Today, the doctor comes in and gives me a smile. He seems excited, but not very. It's like he's just trying to make an effort to be happy on my behalf. My parents are here. It's been a few days since I've last seen them. Both of them are even sort of dressed up. Is this supposed to be some kind of special occasion? It's not a party. I was gonna say they either knew someone or did a hell of a lot of research. I want to say, like, both for all of it. Like, it's been a while since I played this game, but from what I remember, I want to say nothing is tone deaf and all the routes are super, super, like, well... It's just handled really well. There's nothing offensive or even an accidental oops, really, here. The opening text accompanied by the music is so perfectly combined to make everything feel so dreary. Yes, the music right here is very, very good. It seems very well informed, yeah. Like, my situation from this is very different, but it still, like, resonates a lot, and I think it'll resonate with literally anyone who's had a similar medical event or know of someone who's been through something like this. It's definitely, like, in between my last time I played this and now, I went from, like, a normal college student to brain surgery in a wheelchair or disabled for life, so I'm a very different person revisiting this now, and that's one of the reasons I'm so excited to do it, because I can appreciate it a lot more, because I've had this condition my entire life, but it got a lot worse recently. IRC, there weren't any disabled people on the dev team, they just really did their homework, yeah. There's a fic on AO3 by a special needs professional talking about why it's such a good representation. Ooh, neat! I gotta go read that. I think Hisao can be tone deaf, but it's definitely framed by the game itself as Hisao's focus. Yeah, I want to say he does put his foot into his mouth and be a bit tone deaf, but that's also, like, I think it's valid because it's very much a self-insert kind of thing for the reader. It's why so many, like, manga protags are absolute dumbasses. It's to make things for the reader and the player, like, more understandable. From what I remember, I haven't played all the routes, but as much as he can be a little tone deaf, I do. I think the interactions are genuine because, like, when you are a disabled person, even the most well-meaning people can say some really just tone deaf, offensive things. Also, yes, the fic name. We could probably find it on AO3. I hadn't even thought to look on AO3 for fanfic for this game, but I am sure it exists, and I love fanfiction. I'm gonna go do that tonight. For sure. I'm gonna be ranting about it in my Discord server too. There's this ritual the head cardiologist has. He takes his time sorting his papers, then setting them aside as if to make a point of the pointlessness of what he just did. Then he casually sits down on the edge of the bed next to mine. He looks me in the eyes for a moment. Hello, Hisao. How are you doing today? I don't answer him, but I smile a little back at him. I believe that you can go home. Your heart is stronger now, and with some precautions, you should be fine. We have all your medications sorted out. I'll give your father the prescription. The doctor hands a sheet of paper to my dad, whose expression turns wooden as he reads it quickly. So many. I can relate to that. I take it from his hands and take a look for myself, feeling numb. How am I supposed to react to this? The absurdly long list of medications staring back at me from the paper seems insurmountable. They all blend together in a sea of letters. I'm seeing if I can actually read any of these, because I might be on some of them myself. I have heart problems. It's not a heart failure, but oh, I like how the effect just keeps going. That's cool. This is insane. Side effects, adverse effects, contradictions, and dosages are listed line after line with cold precision. Based on the author, I think the fic is yours, Falconeer. What? Let's analyze Katawa Shoujo. Interesting. Let's analyze Katawa Shoujo. Yeah, I will definitely make... hopefully I will remember that. I can always scroll through the chat logs. It is... Oh! Look at that! Wow, we have the fake author here in chat. That is crazy! That's so cool. Wow, I'm very excited to go read that then. Awesome! I'm honestly, I am a bit of a video essay fan myself. I love watching them, so I might have to make my own video essay on this game after 100%ing. Buccaneer also did a lovely screenshot let's play on something awful. Yeah, I saw that. Buccaneer also actually messaged me on Reddit and we chatted a little bit and I got linked to that and I was able to see it real quick. It's I've had a really like crazy busy day. We actually had some family friends come in who like I have a genetic condition and my aunt has a different rarer genetic condition and she was actually the first person in the United States diagnosed with it. And the doctor who did it, Dr. Z, is like a giant superstar. And she's incredible and you know, it's been like 30-40 years since then and she's been like a really close part of our family. Back before, you know, my condition progressed, I actually wanted to be a geneticist myself. Like I was Dr. Z's mini-me. Like she used to go around telling everyone, oh, I found the gene for Ashley's condition, so her niece, little Hyper, can go and cure it in the future. I found the gene, she's gonna cure the disease. And I devoted like my entire life up through high school and college to going to medical conferences and being pre-med. And then that didn't happen because I got a really bad brain injury. And I flunked Cal 1 like 3 times. There's no way I was gonna be a doctor after that. Which sucked. And now I'm an anime girl on the internet. No, I got a degree in art and 3D modeling, and now I'm like a TA and a freelance artist, and it's not what I thought I was gonna be doing with my life, but it's all right, you know. And I saw her today for the first time in 5 or 6 years. I got to tour her lab and meet her right when I was going into college. It was basically like, work your butt off, kid, and you're gonna come here and you're gonna work with me, and like you're gonna be my successor. So to turn around and she was like, oh, how have you been? What have you been doing in life? And I was like, I dropped out of college twice and I had brain surgery and I'm an anime girl on the internet for a living. I didn't say exactly that, but I said, you know, something. And this was completely last minute. I didn't even know she was coming in town. Like, I made my tweet and I decided to play this, and then she visited and I was like, wow, what are the odds that I am seeing her for the first time in 5 years and then I'm gonna go play this game. So Hackhoy321, thank you for the follow. Bunny yep. World is small sometimes. Life changes. Life does change. Sometimes it sucks, but sometimes it's not that bad. Back to the game. I try to read them, but it's so futile. I can't understand any of it. Attempting to only makes me feel sicker. All this, the rest of my life, every day. I'm afraid that is the best we can do at this point. However, new medications are always being developed, so I wouldn't be surprised to see if that list fades over the years. Years? What kind of confidence booster is that? I'd have felt better if he hadn't said anything at all. Also, I've spoken with your parents and we believe that it would be best if you didn't return to your old school. What? Please calm down, Hisao. Listen to what the doctor has to say. Calm down. The way he says it tells me he knew full well that I wouldn't like it. Am I going to be homeschooled? Whatever of my concern shows it's ignored. We all understand that your education is paramount. However, I don't think that it's wise for you to be without supervision. At least not until we're sure that your medication is suitable. So, I've spoken with your parents about a transfer. It's a school called Yamaku Academy that specializes in dealing with disabled students. Disabled? What? Am I? It has a 24-hour nursing staff and it's only a few minutes from a highly regarded general hospital. The majority of students live on campus. Think of it as a boarding school of sorts. It's designed to give students a degree of independence while keeping help nearby. Independence, it's a school for disabled kids. Don't try to disguise that fact. If it was really that free, there wouldn't be a 24-hour nursing staff, and you wouldn't make a hospital nearby a selling point. Of course, that's only if you want to go, but your mother and I aren't really able to homeschool you. We went out there and had a look a couple weeks back. I think you'd like it. It looks like I really don't have a choice. Compared to other heart problems, people with your condition usually tend to live long lives. You'll need a job one day, and this is a good opportunity to continue your education. This isn't an opportunity, don't call it an opportunity. Don't call it a goddamn opportunity. Well, you should be excited about the chance to go back to school. I remember you wanted to return to school, and while it's not the same one, a special school, that's an insult. That is what I wanted to say. It's a step down. It's not what you think. All of the students there are pretty active in their own sort of way. It's geared towards students that can still get around and learn, but just need a little help in one way or another. Your father's right, and many of the graduates of the school have gone on to do amazing things. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. One of my colleagues in another hospital is a graduate. I don't care. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. That's what a disability is. I really hate that something so important was decided for me. But what can I do about it? A normal life is out of the question now. It's funny, I had always thought of my life was actually kind of boring, but now I miss it. I want to protest. I want to blame this lack of reaction on shock or fatigue. I could easily yell at something now, something about how I can go back to school anyway, but no. I don't say anything. The fact is that I know it's futile. I look around the room feeling very tired of all this. The hospital, the doctors, my condition, everything. I don't see anything that would make me feel any different. There really isn't a choice. I know this, but the thought of going to a disabled school, what are those even like? As much as I try to put a positive spin on this, it's very difficult. But let me try. Oh no! I accidentally skipped, sorry. Bad fingers. That is all I can think of to get me through this. At least I still have something, even if it's a special school. It's something, it's a fresh start, and my life isn't over. It would be a mistake to just resign myself to think that. At the very least, I tried to see what my new life would look like. You know, I never thought that this vegan would be good for, like, someone who just got diagnosed with a lifelong condition, chronic condition type of thing. Because this is, like, a super realistic reaction. Like, I was definitely pissed, and I was like, are you telling me I have to do this? Like, I have to go to physical therapy and take all this medication every day the rest of my life? Like, there's no cure, there's no getting better. Like, I was definitely angry for a time. I still, like, I want to know what school this is, because I know a lot of the backgrounds are just like a photo with a filter on the back. I've always been curious what actual location all these pictures were taken of. I'm gonna take a sip of water real quick. I'm gonna see how long my voice holds out, because I have a throat issue, so if I start sounding like a frog, I'm sorry. Okay. The gate looked far too pompous for what it was. In fact, gates in general seem to do that, but this one especially so. Red bricks, black wrought iron fence, and gray plaster assembled into a whole that didn't feel welcoming at all. Notice how he saw technically had no dialogue in that scene? I know! I was noticing that. It's very much... You get talked over by people a lot when you're in those kind of medical situations, especially if you're like... I was like 18, 19, 20 when I was dealing with most of my stuff, and even though like I was an adult, my like family still did like a lot of the talking with the doctors. It definitely does feel like things are out of your hand, and I found that that was definitely something excuse me, unfortunate but very accurate and very well written. Oh yeah, if anyone has any like requests for which route to do first, throw them at me. Or any orders. I did look up at, I think I was gonna go like either library or rooftop order, I think are the ones. From what I remember from all the routes I played, those two seem fun, but any other suggestions, or I can even put it up to a vote. Because I honestly like all of them. Hello, Silver Soul user. Welcome. I'm new here. I remember playing Katawa Shoujo a few years ago. It became one of my favorite stories in general. I love seeing more people play it. Yay! Welcome. Emmy is my fave personally. Yeah, I'm a big fan of her. I love how Katawa Shoujo fans are just like that. You guys are so cool. But same, I think all of us, we play it and then it's like, oh my god, this is one of my favorite games of all time. Emmy is probably the best to start with. I think she's who I accidentally start with every time. You know, now that I am thinking about it, I have like visual guides. Emmy, here we go. Personally, Rin is my favorite. I love Rin. Rin is so funny. Most of the photos of Yamaku are of Brown University and Ivy League in Rhode Island. Interesting. Brown University in Rhode Island. There, you guys know so much. I know so little. I'm usually the one talking people's ear off about games, like with Fate stuff. But here we go. I love it when other people have more information than I do and share it for once. I thought it looked very, very fancy. It reminded me of some private schools that my friends go to, and they send me Snapchats, and I'm like, wow, my state school ass could never. I wonder if it looked like a gate for school should look like, but I couldn't really decide. Probably no. Of course, I didn't want to get stuck on thinking about the gate for too long, so I entered through it with a brisk pace that felt surprisingly good. Moving forward feels good. So I walked towards the main building of Yamaku Academy with this brisk pace. I'm alone as my parents are taking my stuff to the dorms, and there's supposed to be someone waiting for me. The grounds are incredibly lush, filled with green. It doesn't feel like the kind of grounds of a school would have, more like a park, with a clean walkway, going past trees and the smell of fresh cut grass all over, and other park-like things. Words like clean and hygienic pop into mind. It makes me shudder. I shake them off. Stay open-minded now. It's your new life. You have to take it as it comes. That's what I tell myself. A few big buildings loom behind the leafy canopies, too big and too many for just a school. Everything seems off. It's different from what I thought I knew about schools. It's an uncanny valley. Even though I was told this is my new school, in the back of my head it doesn't feel like one. I wonder if the feeling is real or caused by my expectations of a school for the disabled. Speaking of that, I don't see anyone else here. It's kind of eerie. It makes me wish there was somebody here so I could anchor myself to something tangible instead of having this feeling that I stepped into another dimension. The trees hum with the wind, and the green hues flashing all around me catch my attention. It makes me think about hospitals again, how they say that the operating rooms are painted green because green is the calming color. So why am I feeling so anxious despite all this greenery? I'm trying to remember what color my OR was when I got my surgery. I want to say it was like gray. It might have been green. I don't know. I don't remember. Wolf, what color are your ORs? Wolf is my bestie, and they're a surgical sterile technician. They work in a hospital. Oh god. Only after I stand in front of the haughty main building, I surprise myself by realizing why the gate bothered me. It was the last chance I had to turn back, even if I had no life I could return to. Sterile processing. Yeah. But still, after entering, there was absolutely no way I could go back anymore. Feeling nervous with this realization set into my head, I open the front door. A tall man with bad posture notices me as I enter. We're the only people in the lobby, so it's only logical. You must be Nikki Nakae. So you are. Excellent. I'm your homeroom and science teacher. My name is Muto. This guy looks like a sad Kuritsugu. Fate Zero people. I'm not wrong. Welcome. We exchange a handshake that is neither firm nor sloppy, and he looks at his watch. You think I know this better with how often I'm in the OR? I have no brain. That's Looker. He also does look like Looker. We exchange a hand- Oh, I already read that. The head nurse asks you for a brief check-in visit, but there's no time for that now. Oh, should I go later? Yes, afternoon's probably fine. We should get going and introduce you to the rest of the class. They're waiting already. Waiting for me? I don't really like being the center of attention, but I guess it's inevitable in a situation like this. Somehow, not knowing what is waiting for me makes me feel really nervous. Thinking of this, I almost miss what the teacher's saying. Do you want to introduce yourself to the class? I don't think this one has any impact, but I'm still gonna look. Oh, it does. Okay, I don't... Can we confident, I guess. Yeah, sure, I mean, isn't that normal? Of course, but not everyone likes to be at the center of attention. If it was me, I'd say hell no. But we are going after Emmy right now. I'm probably one of those people, but I guess I should be one to give the first impression of myself. Right, but it's no problem. Let's go then. My heart is pounding in my chest, and it keeps me thinking about my condition as I follow the teacher up the stairs. The third door down the third floor corridor is marked as the classroom for class 3-3. Muto opens the door and enters. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late again. I hesitate for a split second at the door, freezing on the spot. Get a grip. This is a big step, I know that. There isn't any point in worrying so much about it, at least not this soon. I'm gonna take a look at everyone real quick, because it's been a hot minute since I have. There's Hanako back there. Some of these, like, the Haruhi look like, I remember the Haruhi, little Easter egg there. I want to say, like, someone's missing a hand. That guy looks like he's supposed to be missing an ear or deaf. I think, like, the majority, if I'm remembering correctly, a majority of the representation for the main cast is pretty good, but some of the others, it's like, how do we make them look visibly disabled when, like, in reality, a lot of people aren't? Also, like, hardly any people who need canes actually use canes like that because they're not very ergonomic. I used canes for a long time. I've used, like, every type, and I cannot stand those. My cane was pink and it had flowers on it. I follow the teacher into the classroom and look around, partially so I won't have to meet the curious gaze of my new classmates. It's pretty spacious, the ceiling is unusually high, and there's lots of space left over around and in between the desks. Castillo, thank you for following. One of the people in the back was Lelouch in the demo? No way! I think there's also a character that looks like someone from K-On! If they are, I'll notice, because I love K-On! That is so funny. I love this man. If I ever made a VN, which I do, I really want to make a VN one day, I would put so many stupid Easter eggs in there. So many. Okay. The entire wall taken up by blackboards and the high, old-fashioned windows only make it seem larger. The students' desks are just standard wooden desks with a shelf underneath for books and wooden chairs with metal frames. Simple and efficient. I stop walking in front of the classroom and face the other students. They all look normal, like students in any other school. But then, why would they be there? They're probably like me and have something wrong with them. It's just not that immediately obvious. Then I notice that one of the girls seems to be missing the thumb of her right hand. It's a little jarring. Oh. I do not remember that one right there. That's something. I see a knee brace representation for me. I lived in knee braces. Isn't it there? Girl without missing legs. Let it. Oh, there's the K-On! There we go. Fuzzy Cakes, thank you for the follow. Hey, that's the kind I have. I had a knee brace like that too. Yeah, there's I forget her name. Oh! I cannot believe I don't remember her name. But yeah, that's definitely a K-On! Lookalike. As much as, like, the game does good, I do want to say that, like, with the majority of disabilities, you do somewhat okay in a normal school. Like, I'm trying to think back, and, like, I was disabled in high school, but I was undiagnosed and no one, like, believed my problems. I don't know. Some accommodation can be good enough in normal school. Some, I don't know what it would have been like to be at a school like this. It might have been nice to have friends who got it instead of, you know, made fun of me. Like my ex-friends did. It's always interesting to see what kind of representation they choose. Like, I literally had people in my school that were missing fingers and hands and arms and legs and stuff. But they do have to populate the game with people. I love how sassy she is. I love Shizune. She's so great. I'm hard of hearing myself, and a lot of times people expect, like, deaf and hard of hearing people to be, like, super timid and quiet, and I love it. I love it when people are like, no, we're normal people. We can have big attitudes. We often do have big attitudes. The HOH community is great. Despite the natural tendency to listen when someone's talking about you, I tune out the teacher's speech halfway through while he introduces me to the class. TEH Seraphim, thank you for the follow. Hey, nice to see this game is still getting attention. Her name is Ritsu? It might be. The only one I know off the top of my head is Mio. Thank you for the sub, Seraphim. Ritsu sounds right. I think she's a drummer if I remember correctly. Hello, she's being timid. Yeah, no, she's not. And I love it. Yeah, I mean, this game gets plenty of attention from me. I've loved it for a very long time, so. Yeah, I'm excited to be playing it again. I'm making everyone I know acknowledge this game's existence too. It's great. I notice a flash of dark hair and see that someone is looking at me. A girl with really long, straight hair that is pretty eye-catching. As she sees me looking back at her, she covers her face with her hands as if it will make her invisible. There's one boy with a cane leaning against the lockers at the rear end of the class. It's weird seeing someone so young with a cane. Mood. I get that a lot. Another girl seems to be making some weird hand motion. Sign language? She peers at me over the rims of her glasses, then goes back to whatever she's doing. She's kind of cute. So is the cheery-looking girl with pink hair sitting next to her. She's really hard to miss. I don't know how I didn't notice her the moment I walked in. Please welcome our newest classmate. He claps his hands, and so does everyone else, except one girl in the first row who has only one hand. I cringe a little, but hide it by bowing in thanks for the applause I did not deserve. We're working on an HD patch for this. We are hoping to release it for the 10th anniversary. Oh! No way! I saw some people on Reddit talking about the HD patch, and I also looked to see if I could download it, but the link was down. So it's like, oh, okay. But that's so cool that we're working on a HD patch. I think it still looks great, but I can't imagine what it would look like in HD. It's gonna make me want to replay it again when the HD patch comes out. It's okay. I'll just play it again. I love this game so much. This is my third time. I wouldn't mind fourth. A collective silence tells me that I should open my mouth now. So, I'm Hisao Nakai. And after that, my hobbies are reading and soccer. I hope to get along well with everyone, even though I'm a new student. And after that, I'm being so boring. This is exactly like every other self-introduction ever. I should say something more exciting. I end up saying nothing, and the teacher picks up from there. Everyone seems to be satisfied, even with what little I said, though. A few girls are whispering to each other, throwing glances at me. It could have gone worse. I listen to the teacher as he drones about getting along while letting my gaze sweep across the classroom. Everyone seems to be listening to him intently, and when he's done, they clap their hands again, which feels like a weird thing to do. The first row girl claps on the ground with her one hand against the other wrist like that. Oh, that's a weird sentence. The first row girl claps on this round with her one hand against her wrist that ends in a bandage stump. There we go. It makes me feel a little bit bad. We're going to be doing some group work today, so that'll give you a chance to talk with everyone. Is it okay with you? Yeah, it's fine with me. That's good. You can work with Hakamachi. She is the class representative. She can explain anything you might want to know, and who else would be able to do that better, right? How could I know? The teacher passes out the day's assignment and announces that we will be working in groups of 3. It hits me that I don't know who Hakamichi is. Slow. The teacher seems to catch my helpless expression. Alright, Hakamichi is right there. Shizune Hakamichi. Shizune. As she calls out her name, the cute, bubbly-looking girl with bright pink hair and gold eyes waves her hands at me. I take a seat next to her by the window. Hey, I guess you're Hakamichi, right? It's nice to meet you. Ha ha ha. What? I'm caught off guard by her laughter. It's nice to meet you too, but I'm not Hakamichi. I'm Misha. This is Hakamichi. Shi-chan. I forgot that she calls her Shi-chan. That's so cute. Giggling, Misha points to the girl next to her, the one I saw using sign language before. It looks like she has been staring at me this whole time. She nods once nonchalantly to show that she acknowledges my presence, but only barely. She has short yet carefully, neatly brushed hair, a pair of oval-shaped glasses balanced on the tip of a dainty nose, and dark blue eyes that seem to alternate every few seconds between analyzing and slightly bored. It's nice to meet you. She immediately looks at Misha, who smiles and makes a few quick gestures with her hands. Hakamichi nods and makes a few gestures of her own. I start to wonder if the teacher is messing with me, saying things like, you'll be able to talk to people, and who better to explain things to you. I can see that you're a little confused, right? But I understand why you would think that I was Shi-chan. Shi-chan is deaf, so I'm the person who translates things back and forth for her. I'm like an interpreter, she says. It's nice to meet you too. I want to say when I first played this, I was, I think considering they were a small team, they did a pretty good job with sign language, and VNs are difficult. I don't know. Considering this is an older game, pretty neat. I need to learn sign language myself. I'm scared about it, but yeah, but I think it's really cool that they at least try to give the impression of sign language at least, instead of having them just like stand there. I forget how much I like the music. I forgot how much I like it as well. Like, I'm digging this. I'm having fun. We have a friend who knows a decent bit of it, IRC. Yes, we do. I kind of know the alphabet and a couple curse words. It drives me nuts this school doesn't have an interpreter who isn't a student. That's something that I was thinking about this, because like I've gone through like accommodation stuff with my university for like hard of hearing things, and like that's what I was thinking right here. I was like, Misha as a character is great, but like you think that there would be an interpreter like up next to the teacher signing, because from what I understand, that's preferable than having to like look to the side, because a lot of people read lips, and like when they're using an interpreter, they'll like read the lips and sometimes look at the interpreter and like back and forth. And so having them like, there's a reason the interpreters are right next to the person speaking and not to the side. So I definitely agree with that. Like, excuse me, realistically there would be an interpreter, but I like Misha and she's in his relationship. It's cute. I really like this track along with the other character themes. Katawa Shoujo's music is great and atmospheric, but parody is total banger on its own as well. Yeah, my high school had a designated interpreter. My school did not. My high school really sucked when it comes to disability stuff. Howdy, I'm from the South. In South, we don't care about people like this. We had no paraprofessionals. We didn't have anything. Like, the elevators were broken. We didn't have interpreters. It was not fun. But of course, if you weren't diagnosed like I was, you didn't get any accommodations. Even in college, getting accommodations is a pain in the fucking ass. My high school had a whole 3,500 students. There were a lot of staff accommodations, actually. My high school was 300. It was very small. Very small compared to that. I did move to a slightly larger high school my junior year. There were 600 in my class alone, so there was a couple thousand in that school. That's half the size of my graduating class. Less than half, yeah. And when I was actually on the debate club, and one of my teammates was a freshman, and she had spina bifida, and she technically like had an assistant paraprofessional, but she would literally like wheel away from her at the speed of light to the point where they just stopped going. She's like, I'm fine by myself. She was very, very spunky and independent. She was really good at debate too. She had a hot pink sparkly wheelchair. It was awesome. My own wheelchair. It's matte black with hot pink accents, and then I have rainbow spoke guards and like shin guards and stuff. So it's a gay wheelchair. It's great. You're the new student, aren't you? Well, Shi-chan, of course he is. If he wasn't, he would have to be standing up there for no reason, right? He seems like a very interesting person, doesn't he? One thing that I wish they did is that they actually gave her her own dialogue and didn't have like Misha speaking through her. I don't know. I just think it would flow a little bit better. Because this is a little awkward. It's fine to like read, but when you're reading it aloud right now, I'm just realizing how a little like it's jarring. I mean, it's still fun. We knew there was going to be a new student, but we didn't know you would be here today. So soon, Hee-chan, right? Hee-chan? Yep, it fits, doesn't it? Did I say it out loud? It's just a surprise. I never liked that nickname. It does when Hisao starts to learn sign language, I believe. They do it in her route. I haven't gotten to her route. That's good to hear. Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten to her route. That's really nice to hear, though. That's a good touch. That's if it switches in her route, then thematically, gameplay wise, it makes sense. Hi, my name is Hyper. I have a degree in game design. I analyze the shit out of games when I play them, as well enjoy them. Oh shit, does that count as a spoiler? Is there a policy there? I don't know. Like, I think the majority of chat is here because they like Katawa Shoujo. I think let's keep like the major character events maybe spoiler, because there are some people here like Wolf who have not played it before, and like I've been a fan of this game so long that I know a lot of things that happen, so like I don't mind about being spoiled, but maybe some people in the chat would, so maybe let's try not to spoil things like that. That's fine, but I know nothing of this game aside from what I've learned in the past like 3 days. Yes. I'm not sure who else here is new to Katawa Shoujo. But yeah, like I want to say going into this game blind is like preferable. Music is so good. It's so good. I haven't finished everyone's route, but I played like a good chunk of most of them, but I got bonked on the head really hard in between now and then, and I got amnesia and I forgot a lot of it. So it's kind of new, it's kind of familiar, it's weird. Back to the game. I don't really see how. It fits. You look just like I imagined. Hahaha, yeah, you look just like a Hichan. I wonder why everyone seems to think so. Akamichi taps her fingers on the desk to get Misha's attention. They gesture back and forth to each other excitedly, their hands a blur. Misha seems a little bit overwhelmed. Haha, sorry about that. Shi-chan wants you to know that she's the class rep, so if there's anything you need to know, you can feel free to ask her. You like the school so far? We can show you around a little if you haven't had the time to walk around and familiarize yourself with it. Misha stumbles with the hard word a bit, making it stick out in her otherwise fluid translation. Thanks, that would be pretty helpful. Yeah, I just kind of came straight to class today. Ha ha ha. That's no good. You should always try to learn as much as you can about where you're going before you get there. Not just with school either. Always. Even if it's a trip to the convenience store. Really, Shi-chan? I agree. Preparing well ahead of time is nice, but that's just because I have anxiety. Learn about where you're going. I guess I didn't bother to do that, or just didn't care enough to do so. I didn't look forward to this, even if I committed myself to go along with it half-assedly. But anyway. I don't say anything, and Misha signs something that ends in a shrug. What was that? It seems like it was about me. I feel like slumping over in my seat. Both of them are smiling, but that shrug hit me unexpectedly deeply. You look down. Are you okay? I'm just now realizing how short their skirts are. As a skirt and drawer, I'm like, wow, that skirt would have got me dress coded in high school. Don't take it the wrong way, please. I hate it when people are afraid to ask questions. That's how people learn things, by asking. Asking for help is perfectly normal, as much as needing help. Stop looking like you just failed a test. Wahahaha. Alright. And another thing, you don't have to call Shi-chan something so formal like Hakamichi or class rep all the time. Just call her Shi-chan. Ahaha, okay, maybe that's too casual. Maybe Shizune would be more appropriate. Yep, Shizune is fine. Huh, okay, that would be a lot easier for me. I feel a lot more at ease. Both of them seem so friendly, so I feel like an idiot for being so apprehensive earlier. Especially about Shizune, who I assumed would be all business. Well, she still seems like that, just less so, I guess. Alright, we haven't even touched the assignment. We should start work now, or Shi-chan will get mad. The assignment is also kind of long, so we should start now if we want to finish it before the end of class. That too. Shizune glares at the two of us impatiently. I don't need to know sign language to understand that. Okay, I get the message. After class, we can take a walk around the grounds together. It's a nice day today, okay? Shizune is still crazy and formal, calling people by their first name in Japan can be like second or third date. Yeah, like I always love seeing like Western people take on things like about Japan. Like I'm not Japanese. I don't know a ton about Japan, but I have been a weeb for like most of my life. And I'm like casually learning Japanese, and I have a couple of friends who speak Japanese like really, really well. And yeah, like formality wise, it's a little, it's quite off there, very informal, but you know, it's whatever. It can be fun. But yeah, calling people by their first name in Japan is like not a thing usually, like unless you're very close family or friends. Even in public, sometimes people who call each other by their first name, like in private, will call each other by last names. In public, this game does have a bad habit of written mostly by Americans. Yeah, I did notice that. Yeah, I actually didn't know. Like the first time I played it, I didn't know that it was like a Western thing. I thought it was like a Japanese game translated into English. I knew that the second time, but I was also a dumb freshman in high school, completely new to VNs. When my buddy just showed me this, I was like, no way! I'd never even heard of a VN before this, really. Despite like being super into anime, like you'd think that after watching anime for the majority of my life, I'd know what a VN was, but no, I did not. This was my introduction to visual novels. A pretty good introduction, if I do say so myself. Even if the H scenes took me by surprise. Okay. The assignment is actually very challenging to get through, combining aspects of being both difficult and unnecessarily long. Sounds like high school. Still, we finished it a few minutes earlier than anyone else in the class, despite our late start. Shizune and Misha are really capable. They're quite different, though. The class rep is as calm and professional as she looks, while Misha is a lot more playful and girlish. Not to mention a little more easily distracted. To be honest, the two of them did most of the work. I feel guilty about that. The clock tower bells ring, signaling the end of the period. Time for lunch. Without knowing what else to do, I follow Misha, who is beckoning me into the hallway and down the stairs. We descend even below the lobby where I met Muto down to the bottom floor. This deadass looks exactly like my elementary school cafeteria. Like every time I see this, I am brought back to elementary school. It looked the exact same, the same formation as the desks. Mighty dear, thank you for the follow. Even like the window placement and the pillar placement, it's like so uncanny how similar this looks to my elementary school cafeteria. And elementary school specifically. Because I think at high school we had benches and not like the individual stools, I want to say. Or maybe we had chairs. I don't remember. Just like everything in the school, the cafeteria seems too spacious and oddly modern in contrast with the classic exterior. Its big windows open to the courtyard towards the main gate. It's the cafeteria. Her enthusiastic statement of the obvious makes people around us stare, but Misha doesn't seem to care, so we proceed to the line. Blue, the video game enjoyer, look at those tables. Yeah, look at those tables. Very American, if I do say so. There is a rather long list of menu options, which seems great until I realize that many of them are to accommodate students who need special diets. How nice. It almost feels like I'm back at the hospital, eating portions measured with scientific precision to meet the needs of patients. I pick something at random and follow Shizune to a table sitting opposite of her. As I nibble indifferently at the food I'd rather not eat, Misha pokes me inside to get my attention and points to Shizune. I don't understand science, the point escapes me. Maybe looking at a person who talks to you is proper and polite? Do you want to know something? What? About anything. We're your guides, so you should ask us if there is something. I wonder. Oh, here we go. To consult the guide again. Okay, it looks like we're going... I think I got everything I need to know. Oh, but I should... Damn, I forget I should save so I can go back and change things. What are you aiming for? I'm going for Emmy right now. I have a guide pulled up for her. I am gonna 100% everything though. At least I'm gonna try. I actually don't know how to save. There we go. There we go. Okay. We're gonna save. Create new save state. Continue. Alright. Here we go. Hopefully the previous choice doesn't have too much, I want to say. I'm pretty sure it's the point system. Best girl route. Honestly, I think they're all best girl. The generic cruiser, thank you for the sub. Welcome, welcome. Also, I am gonna push my Discord server. I'm pretty sure it's linked in the description. I hope that link is not expired, but it's pretty small and chill. Yeah, sure, but Emmy's best girl. I do like Emmy a lot. There is a reason I'm always drawn to her route first. I like her a lot. They're all good though. They're all good, genuinely. But yeah, if you want to come hang out in my Discord server, feel free. Lily is second. I'm a big fan of Lily. I think I have got everything I need to know. Hanako is a mood. She's very relatable to me because I have severe anxiety, and the way she acts is the way I act a lot. I too am tempted to hide away from everything and run away and bury my face in a book. That's why I tend to go like Emmy, Hanako, and Lily, because I love Emmy, but also I was the kid who lived in the library. I was a library aide in high school. Also, does 100% include all endings? I would like to do all endings. I'm not sure how difficult that is. If the guide... Anxiety Squad. Make sure you have the HC and toggle set correctly. I did just check to make sure it was off, but oh no! Hold on. Options. Yes, it is disabled. Yeah, Hanako and Rin are the more relatable for me. Yes, I have it set off. Okay, good. I do have Safe for Sasuke over here, just because I was reading through, I was, like, when I went to make my stream today, I saw that, like, Katawa Shoujo was an option, and I went to make sure it wasn't banned, and it turns out it was banned in the past, and it was like, ooh! So, I know there are some racy scenes that are not H scenes, so I have a censor, just in case. Although, like, yesterday, when I was indoctrinating someone to the fate cult, there were passionate nips on Google Images. There was basically full-on booba, and I did not get bonked, so we'll see. But I don't want to get any copyright strikes or anything. I am browsing through here. Good lord. Okay, yeah, it does show all the good and bad endings. So we're gonna go for everything. Thank you for the gifted sub, the generic cruiser. Wow, thank you. I wonder how it changes with the H scenes off. I don't know. So we will see that. We will see how it looks with the H scenes off. I love Lily, but her route is the one where I was absolutely losing my mind about the dissonance between how overly American it was and how much it said it was Japanese. There's replacement art for the H scenes. Yeah, that's what I thought. I want to say I remember something similar with Lily. If I remember correctly, Yamaku is comprised of images of Brown University with filters applied, so yeah, very American. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I find that really interesting. But yeah, like, I mean, staring at this cafeteria, this is literally what my elementary school cafeteria looked like. Like, the nostalgia is real. Yeah. I always love Western things that really try to be Eastern. Like, it's cute, and also you're hoping to God that it doesn't get into, like, the racist and sensitive thing. I'm pretty sure Katawa Shoujo avoids that. It's just cute. I think. Don't hold me to that. Twitch gets hitched. Thank you for the follow. But yeah. That's like what I would love. Also, fun thing I learned in my Let's Play Safer Work Sasuke, there's absolutely not big enough. I'm gonna make, he can get bigger. Hold on. Got a million OBS scenes. Sasuke! There we go. He gets bigger. And he can move around. If I need to, I can do other things as well. Hello. I can also pull up other images. I'm a bad streamer. My OBS is very disorganized, so I can pull up an emergency image, or I can always just hide the source if anything too bad happens. But like I said, I got away with showing Passion Lip with like nothing on her chest, and Twitch was okay with it. So we'll see. No racism here. Yeah, I want to say like, I get that alt tab prepped. LOL. I am ready. I am ready. Sasuke's here. Where's my game source? Okay, I have OBS set up just in case. Y'all got me nervous. I genuinely don't like. I know there's H scenes at the end of routes, and I've been informed that there's spicy shit in between. I know. Is it Kenji? I want to say is naked in the bathroom, and I think he has like a leaf over his junk. I want to say that happens like at least once, possibly more than once, but you know, we'll get there soon. It happens pretty early on if I remember. Oh boy. Streaming can be dangerous. We're doing Emmy route, right? I'll check the art folder and see if there's anything more LOL. Thank you for that. Yes, we're doing Emmy first. That would be greatly appreciated. I know she like runs into you when she's wearing her shorts in the beginning. I want to say I've seen her H scene, like, uncensored, but I don't remember exactly what it is. So, we'll see. Oh, that means we've been good guys, doesn't it? Doesn't it? If you say so. Misha positively beams, and so does Shizune after a quick translation. I shake my head at their somewhat exaggerated enthusiasm and shift my focus to the food. Misha and Shizune sign back and forth very animatedly, throwing sideways glances at me, but Misha refrains from translating. Kenji could use more modesty. I've got Sasuke here. I have him at the ready. I got quite good at censoring things when I was Googling fake Grand Order characters yesterday, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. Google Images has straight up porn sometimes, and I don't get banned. So I was like waving my game capture all over the screen. It was entertaining. Maybe they were talking about secret girl stuff or something. I quickly noticed the conversation in sign is not enough to fill the silence. Twitch gets hitched. Thank you for the sub. Welcome, welcome. I am blown away by the fact that so many people are interested in this. It makes me so happy. I'm gonna have to fix my sub count. My stream labels broke recently. I don't know how I broke it, but I did. I'm the queen of scuff. I need to fix it very badly, but you're no longer at only 3 subs. Also, if you don't know who Redrop is, if you're unfamiliar with Fate Grand Order, she's a really fantastic artist, but she's drawn some infamous pieces of art that a lot of people will like draw themselves in the outfit and the pose. And I do draw spicy art. I'm an artist besides my game stream, so I'm just saying, the sub goal, I will draw myself in one of those, and if you want to know what they look like, you can Google her name. Okay. We arrive in the classroom early, but we're not the first. Oh, Hanako. That dark-haired girl I noticed before is slumped over her desk in the last row. No way, Elastigirl, you do art? Yes, I do! If you check out my Twitter, both my VTuber and my normal Twitter, I post my art there. And I do a lot of art streams too. That's honestly mostly what I do. Like, I tend to stream twice a day at like 11 a.m. CST and 7 p.m. And I'll typically do like an art stream and then a game stream because this is my full-time job. I made my own model, so this is, I drew and rigged this. I'm mostly a VTuber artist, so I make and rig VTuber models, but I also do standard illustrations and stuff, so. I've got the coolest job ever, and I love it. Drawing is the best. I'm absolutely going to be drawing all the Katawa Shoujo girls, by the way, to accompany this, probably in celebration of completing their arcs, so yeah, can't wait. Speaking of art, I want to say that Hanako's scar is like, it's pretty good. It doesn't quite look like a real burn scar, but burn scars are really hard to draw. I've tried. I wish I was better at art, lol. I do more Photoshop style stuff. Hey, Photoshop style stuff, manipulation, that is art to me. I am absolutely not good at that. I am very much throw everything on one layer and like render it out and paint kind of thing. But art is, it's so much fun. Actually, I've been an art teacher a little bit. I teach life drawing. Well, I'm a TA. So sitting in a room in 100 degrees, 90 degrees, hot because I live in the South, covered in charcoal dust. The very scary professor going around and like staring at what you do and critiquing everything. It's a little bit scary, but it's fun once you get used to it. So that's one of my day jobs. Teacher by day, anime girl by night. She jumps a little when Misha crashes into the room with the elegance of a rhino. She shrinks deeper into her seat. I can feel her tension all the way from here, as if she were slowly turning into stone just from my presence. Misha and Shizune either don't notice or don't mind it as they walk directly past her to their seats and begin to converse. Yeah, she's probably the most relatable character to me. I have definitely come out of my shell recently. Back in high school, I was absolutely like that. I'm left wondering about her even when the classroom slowly fills with other students and finally the teacher. Getting into the rhythm of school feels strange, as if my brain remembers how this is done, but my body doesn't. Towards the end of the class, I start yawning and counting the minutes left. I shouldn't be this tired on my first day of school. Maybe it's the long time spent in the hospital that made me like this. I'm even feeling physically weak and lifeless. Hospital deconditioning is a thing. Before long, the final bell rings. School is finally over for the day. Besides me, Misha and Shizune are having a short conversation. After a bit of deliberation, Misha turns to me. Unfortunately, we can't stay and show you around today, Hichan. We've got to hurry already since there's a lot of work for us to do. You'll find your way around here, I'm sure of it. Oh, wait, the teacher said I'd have to see the nurse. Where do I have to go? Is that so? We can at least show you that much. Come on, the nurses have their own building, so we have to go outside. We joined the flow of students making their way down the stairwell and outside, with the girls pointing out other senior classrooms in the same hallway as ours. Oh, right. Third years are seniors in Japan. When we get outside, the girls make their way to the smaller building right next to the school. It's built in the same style, so it looks like it's actually a part of the main building. This is the auxiliary building here. There's a lot of official and important stuff inside, like the Yamaku Foundation office and all the nurses' offices. They even have a swimming pool. How's that official? Don't be silly, Hichan. It's for physical therapy, of course. Anyways, all the nursing staff facilities are in here too. The head nurse's office is on the first floor. Oh! Hello, that's art. I clicked off. Hi. That was a commission I was working on yesterday. Yeah, my computer doesn't let me do this in full screen mode. It has a fit, so I'm having to do it in Windows. Sorry! There's always scuff with me. Anyway, all the nursing staff facilities are in there too. The head nurse's office is on the first floor. I have art pulled up in the background so you don't see my embarrassing computer home screen, which is the one Dr. Romani Archman from Fate Grand Order. You'll be fine from here, right? We'll be going then. See you tomorrow. Yeah, thanks. Bye. A whole building for stuff that has nothing to do with the actual education. I guess it's necessary for a place like this. I walk in hoping that this will be only a quick visit like the teacher said. This looks like my university right here. My school. Bleh, bad memories. My school sucks. On the white door on the left is a green cross with the text head nurse and a nameplate. A voice from the inside responds to my knock almost immediately, but I can't quite make it out. It sounded a bit like an invitation to open the door, so I invite myself further in. The room is not large and smells strange. A friendly-looking man turns around on his office chair to face me as I enter. His desk is neat and tidy, but the bed under the table is overflowing with used medical utensils, and there are at least a dozen coffee cup rings lingering on the desk. Hello there, what can I do for you today? He looks like Shinji from Fate. I don't like it. My instant first impression, since it's been a hot minute since I played this. Wow. I want to say he's a chill dude though. He's a pretty big character in Emmy's realm, if I remember correctly. For a certain thing that happens pretty early on. Oh man, the music! I know. It is so nostalgic. it is like really hitting me. All the nostalgia. It being like literally 5 and 10 years since I played this game. The brass. Fuck this asshole. Oh boy. I don't remember how likable or relatable he is, to be quite honest. I just know that he looks like Shinji Mato, and that guy isn't great. It's squinty eyes are sus. He violates HIPAA constantly. Yeah, that would make him an asshole, absolutely. Like, I mean, this is trying to be Japan, and I don't know, Japan doesn't have HIPAA, but I'm sure they have something similar. It's kind of like a unanimous law. Anyway, we'll see how much of a HIPAA violator he is, shall we? Oh boy, I can't wait to talk about how the doctor violates privacy constantly. Oh, people don't like him. Awesome. I did not remember that. Like, it does make sense that he would be the dude to, like, explain everyone's medical conditions to the MC, like, from a gameplay perspective, from a game design perspective, but from a story perspective, that does make him an asshole. Absolutely. Hello there, what can I do for you today? He's a young-looking and sort of rugged, but the dimples in his cheeks wash that impression away when he smiles. Are you the nurse? He smells like a person who has heard this very same question hundreds of times. Why, yes I am. It says so on the door. No? It's not obvious if you don't know about it. Possibly. You can call me by my name or just the nurse, like everyone else. Of course, I shake off my confusion, realizing I should probably grab his extended hand. His handshake is rather firm and friendly. Right, I'm a new student and my homeroom teacher told me to come and meet you. My name is Hisao Nakai. Like that one piece of research fell through. Well, if there's gonna be any weak link, I'm glad it's this and not like any of the main cast, the girls and their disabilities. It's like unfortunate, but it's like we'll see how bad it is before I make any judgments. His eyes light up with revelation and he snaps his fingers. Oh, you're that, Nakai. I was just reading your file in the morning. Some kind of chronic arrhythmia and related congenital heart muscle deficiency, right? He gestures me to sit down in a vacant armchair in front of the desk. Yeah, I didn't notice anything about that, lol. I didn't notice last time, but I'm a very different person now than I was then, so I will probably pick up on it, like, immediately. Because I've literally been in the position a couple times with doctors where I was like, I think you just did an illegal there, my dude. Yes. Good. Well, you've probably been briefed about the school enough, so I'll just go over this quickly. We have all kinds of facilities available, mostly physical therapy and such. There's always someone from my staff around, even at night, so never hesitate to call us if there's a problem. Famous 24-hour nursing staff. Wow, this is like a hospital. Well, not exactly. For instance, we don't do brain surgery here. His joke feels so out of place that I'm left thinking why he even said it. Yeah, just that it's really weird to have so many medical people out of school. You'll get used to it. I'm not so sure of that myself, but I don't let the nurse know. Now, let me just find your file again. While he searches for something from his computer and shuffles stacks of papers around, I let my gaze wander around the room. The nurse's theme is one of the best bits of music in the game. It's a bop. It is absolutely a bop. I'm not sure why I forgot the music, how good the music is, but damn, it's a bop. I'm pretty, like, can you get the soundtrack? Download. Soundtrack! Yes, you can download the soundtrack. That's what I thought. On the official website. Yeah! I'm probably gonna add this to my rotation of music I listen to while I draw on stream, honestly. It'll be fun. While he searches for something from his computer and shuffles stacks of paper around, I let my gaze wander around the room. Yeah, you have the soundtrack downloaded? Nice. I'll be doing that tonight. Epitome of generic, I'd like to say. Beige walls and ceiling, dark gray laminated flooring, All the equipment you'd expect from a school nurse's office. Even the ridiculous educational posters are hanging on all four walls, reminding me to eat properly 3 times a day and from all the food groups. This and Rin's theme are my faves. I'll have to remember what Rin's theme is, honestly. Smiling, the nurse draws a thick file from a stack of similarly thick files and opens it. There's also several YouTube playlists, several have tracks not officially released. Oh! Awesome! You guys know so much. This is great. So, you already have a medication for arrhythmia. Just remember to take your pills every morning and evening or it won't be much help. Apart from that, do you do any sports? Rash stuff like, I don't know, boxing? He grins to his own joke, but I don't. Well, I played soccer occasionally with some classmates. Alright, I'm afraid I'm going to have to recommend you refrain from doing that, at least for the time being. Oh. My lack of reaction makes him raise an eyebrow, but really I'm not too bothered by him forbidding me to kick a ball around. I guess I never did it out of the burning passion for the sport, just to have something to do. Any kind of a concussion might be very dangerous to your heart, and risking another attack is not a good idea. Was the previous one caused by sudden concussion to the chest area? There's no mention of the cause in your papers. Not exactly. Has anyone heard of any of the covers on YouTube? Some of them are really good. There's covers? I play the violin. I'm always interested in making covers of songs. And I have to check that out. I am so glad I posted to subreddit. This is awesome. So much. I'm used to being the person that knows fucking everything about things, like Fate Grand Order. I know everything. It's a problem. So I'm loving being fed all this knowledge while I play. This is great. I sidestep the question acceptably, and he glances at me over his papers with a more serious expression on his face. Still, you need to keep your body healthy, so some extra exercise would do you good. We have physical therapy and such available, as I said, but I don't think you really need such heavy measures. Just get some light exercise regularly. Brisk walks or even light jogging, jumping rope, that sort of thing. Swimming, maybe? There's a pool here. So I was told. You were? Very good. At any rate, I'm sure you've been told this before. You just need to take care to not overexert yourself. He wags his finger to emphasize the point. No need, really. I've heard this 1,000 times already. Look up Music Mike 512 on YouTube. He has a whole playlist of mostly piano covers. Awesome! That's neat. Absolutely no unnecessary risks. Take care of yourself. Okay. He goes over my papers one more time and sets them on the desk, obviously content. Good, that's it then. Come meet me if you ever need something. I'm ushered out before I even realize it. A quick visit indeed. I end up standing in front of the main building in the auxiliary building, although my eye, they still look one and the same. It's the first real look I get at the other students, so I watch people coming out of the school, going towards the gate or the dorms. Everyone seems to know where they're going. And I still keep thinking that most of them don't look too special for being students at a special school. Then again, neither do I. Does that make me one of them? One of us? I should go somewhere too to prevent me from getting lost. It's around dinner time, but I feel tired instead of hungry. The weirdness in me only grows as they trudge towards the dorms, set a little way apart from the main building complex. There's a garden of sorts between the school and the dorms, shrubbery, flowers, and that overbearing smell of fresh-cut grass that fills the atmosphere. This definitely looks like a college campus. This looks like my college campus, honestly. It dawns on me, my tired mind, that the smell feels novel because I haven't been outside at all for so long. The dorm building is big and made of red brick. Like the others, it feels way too pompous for what it is, so I push forward, going inside. It takes more time than necessary to fish out the key I was given from my pocket. Room 119. Despite the ornate exterior, the inside of the dorm is fairly new, functional, and boring. Just like that, in the main building, the halls and doors are wide to accommodate wheelchairs. Same goes for the elevators and the ends of the hallways. I wonder do we see any wheelchairs in this game? As a wheelchair user myself, I do quite enjoy to nitpick wheelchair depiction in media because 99% of the time it's bad. They're always in hospital chairs, which, for those of you who are not wheelchair users, Wheelchairs are custom made to a person for a reason, because if you are in one that is too big, it causes like, it really fucks up your back and arms. Also, it can be like impossible to push. And so like every time in an anime and manga, game, TV show, movie, whatever, a character is in a wheelchair, they are almost always in like the transportation style hospital chairs that actual wheelchair users do not use. I vaguely recall there being a wheelchair somewhere in this game. There's a wheelchair in Emmy's route. I cannot wait to critique it. My favorite thing to do when I watched Fate Apocrypha and saw Fior, I think Emmy should have one. We will see. It's my favorite thing to do, to tell you why this wheelchair is bad, because it's always bad. I've only seen one good wheelchair in a manga, I want to say, and it's about like it's about like a girl in a wheelchair falling in love. It's a cute shoujo manga. And the wheelchair was good. I was like, I like that. It was something about wheelchair rep, and I was like, yeah, real good rep for once. But most of the time it's bad. That would be an entertaining stream, probably. Rating wheelchairs in media. What's the manga? Hold on. I think I showed you that manga where the girl falls in love with a guy in the wheelchair too. Yeah, I want to say it was you. Have you played If My Heart Has Wings? I have not. Wait, I think I found it. I think it's called Perfect World. Yes, it's a perfect world. Hold on. I'm gonna drag this over on my screen. This might look a little bit funky. Here we go. Ta-da! Here it is. That's what wheelchairs. That's a good wheelchair. That's a good wheelchair. Some of them are like, this one looks a little look that yeah, that's what I saw in a bookstore and instantly sent it to. Yeah. Jim is 84. Thank you for subscribing. I could have sworn I took off the zombie for the sub emote because that's not custom, but I guess not. I have been streaming for like 6 months now. Do I have custom stuff yet? No, because I'm an artist who's making it all myself, but I have so many commissioners that I'm prioritizing their stuff now. Eventually, my stream will look nice and professional. Eventually. But yeah, I keep meaning to look into that because it looks really cute. But yeah, that's like the one time I've seen a wheelchair in media and I've been like, hey, that looks good. But yeah. Oh, it looks really cute. I don't remember if I've read that. I poke my head around the corner of the common room door. Inside, a few students are watching the television. One nods and gives a quick hello before turning back to the TV. Seems that only the girls around here are sociable. I suppose that's perfectly fine with me. I climb the stairs to the upper floor. Here, small corridors branch off from the main hallway. Each of these minor halls seems to have a toilet and shower, as well as 4 rooms. About halfway down the hall, I spy room 119. The nameplates on the rooms adjacent to mine are blank. I guess there are just 2 of us here. Light shines from below the door of room 117, so I knock lightly. Blah, blah, blah. Hello? Is anyone home? From inside, I hear a few movements, then the clicking of way more locks than I thought these doors had. After a few moments, the door squeaks open. A bespectacled boy is standing in the doorway. He is looking at me very intently through his extremely thick eyeglasses. Who is it? Blind? No, at least not completely. Why would he have eyeglasses if he was? There he is, our boy, yes! He leans closer to me until our noses are almost touching. His breath stinks of garlic. Kent. Isao Nakai. I'm moving into the next room. I thought I should introduce my... His face suddenly brightens in realization. He stands back upright, thrusting his hand out in a smiling greeting almost straight to my diaphragm. Oh, sup, dude? My name's Kenji. He's so funny. It looks... He's gotta be a Harry Potter reference with the hair and the scarf. Very funny. The best girl is a boy. Boys can be best girl. Best girl is... It's a genre that is not defined by gender. For example, the best girl in Neon Genesis Evangelion is Unit 01. And the best girl in Jujutsu Kaisen is Rika. Maki and Nobara are also appropriate choices, but Rika is the best. I've checked the code and I'm pretty sure the risky scenes in Emi's route are all listed properly for the villager. Should be fine. Thank you, dude. You are a blessing. I will still have Safe for Work Sasuke up and ready. Just in case. But that's a relief. I might do some Googling after the stream to check out the other routes too. One thing I've learned about Evangelion is that it may be decades old, but those waifu battles still rage. Oh my god! And there are a lot of risky scenes in Emi's route. I want to say I remember there being a lot of them in Emi's route. You know what? Unit 01 is best girl, no question. Ava really just officially ended with 3.0 plus 1.0 recently. Absolutely, the waifu battles still rage. I am big fan of like the old school shonen. Like I read Bleach, Naruto, One Piece. I still read One Piece. Yeah. But Bleach Thousand Year Blood War arc is coming out, I want to say this year or next year. Oh my god, the Ichiruki Ishihime ship wars are coming back and I am not ready. Like, I remember when the manga ended. I remember the ship wars back then. I'm not sure if it's gonna be worse. It could be worse. Sometimes I wonder if things could possibly be worse than it was back in the day. But the way that like TikTok is now and other like social media, the battles I've seen, I'm not excited. I'm scared. I am scared for the ship wars. Ship wars and waifu wars are always something to be reckoned with. I take Kenji's sweaty hand and shake it, still a little rattled by the sudden change of attitude and vehement welcome. There were some suspicious looking people going in and out of your room earlier. It was probably my parents. Your parents? You sure? Because they could have been some other people too. You can't judge a book by its cover. Oh, I forgot how crazy he is. His out-of-place proverb is left hanging between us awkwardly as I try to think of some way to respond. I'd say the chances are high enough. He shudders and makes some exaggerated hand gestures. You're a brave man, Hisao. Me, I don't think I could trust these chances. The only one I trust is myself. Does that mean I shouldn't get to know you either? He thinks about this for a while. A wise decision. Damn, you're smarter than you look. Probably. What do you look like? I hope not smart. He squints his eyes and leans closer again, but I lean backwards to dodge it. Never mind, it doesn't matter. With that, he turns, fumbles around for a moment in search of the door handle, and shuts the door behind him. I slide the key into the lock of the door marked 119. Bleak beige walls, white linen, a desk made of some type of light wood, ugly curtains. It's no one's room, and personal, like my hospital room was. My bags are sitting at the foot of my bed, looking a lot emptier than they did this morning. The closet is sitting open, stocked with my clothes. Also, it seems that there are a number of school uniforms hanging there as well. A note is pinned to the sleeve of one of the shirts. Hi Hee-chan, we've unpacked your things and made your bed. They said that if these don't fit, then you should go to the office tomorrow. If you have any problems, you can always call us. Love, Mom and Dad. Well, at least I don't have to worry about unpacking. I kind of hoped I would have, and there would be something to do. It's still too early. I put the note down on the desktop and lie down on the bed, feeling drained. Iota Wolf 1, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Lying there makes me want to read something, but I have nothing with me. I wonder if the hospital conditioned me for wanting to read whenever I have nothing to do. The restless urge just keeps growing until I have to stand up. Maybe it's just stress or something. I was pretty nervous about it before coming in for the entire day too. I still am, I think. Damn, I have to distract myself somehow so I won't be this unnatural all the time. Tomorrow I'll go borrow some books from the library. Yeah, I'll do that. But for now... The bottles of medication neatly arranged on my night table catch my eye. I pick up one and shake it just to hear the contents rattle inside, and then read the glued-on pharmacy label. Isao Nakai, 2 tablets daily to stay alive. It doesn't really say that. but it could just as well. It's kind of twisted having your life depend on chemicals like this. I resent it a little, but what choice do I have? With a sigh, I begin my new daily ritual of taking the right number of pills from each bottle, being careful to check the correct dosages. I lie down again, feeling hollow and uncertain. After that, I keep staring at the blank, unfamiliar ceiling for a long time. It doesn't start looking any more familiar, not even after darkness falls and long shadows draw across my room like fingers. The sheets feel slightly more comfortable, warm and nest-like against the chill that passes for room temperature here. But now I feel that I also take daily heart medication to not die. I know, right? My heart conditions won't kill me. They're just slightly uncomfortable. But I do have an immune condition that I have to take so many meds for. I used to have to get this crazy biologic injection that was $10,000 a dose. I got 2 doses once a month. This is crazy expensive. And the biologic is made in Chinese hamster ovaries. I found that out like when I was taking my last dose. I saw someone talking about it on the internet, and I was like, "Are you telling me that Chinese hamster ovaries are the only reason I'm alive?" Like, because this condition, like, if it's left untreated, it can and will turn into cancer and kill me. So, thankfully, I responded to the treatment very well, but it was crazy. I'm grateful for the NHS. I'm grateful for you. I wish we had the NHS. We do not. That's insane. Yeah, it's insane. Thankfully, a lot of people are on it like once a month or once every couple months. I only needed 3 doses to kind of kick my immune system back into gear, but yeah. No, $10,000. It was crazy. Insurance did cover some of it, but not a ton. Yeah. Love love it. I think it's so funny that most of my medication is actually like stupid cheap, like less than $1, even not on insurance for some of them, but then that one is $10,000. Um, just saw your Reddit post going to sleep but now, but here's a follow. Enjoy the game. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. I do stream at other times, so hopefully you'll be able to catch me in the future if you would like, but thank you for the support. Let's get drawing more booba to pay for them. LOL. I mean, listen. It is my job and I do enjoy my job. I'll be back. Yay, thank you. Would love to see you back again. Yeah. I absolutely do draw booba to pay for my expensive medication and stuff because being disabled is expensive. Like I've had my wheelchair for like 4 years now and it was not properly fitted for me. Like the person who fit my wheelchair for me fucked up like colossally. And because of how expensive it is, I waited for, 4 years to talk to someone and my wheelchair company and be like, huh, my wheelchair doesn't really fit and it's causing problems. And when like the tech that came out and worked with me to fix it, she was wonderful. She got it, but the lady at my durable mobility equipment website was like, why did this girl wait for so many years before checking out like fixing her wheelchair? And the lady was like, Darlene, wheelchairs are like $5,000. People don't have that money laying around. Oh, thank you for the point redeem posture check. I am not shrimping for once. My posture is good, but thank you for that. But yeah, like they basically said I needed a whole new wheelchair, but insurance won't cover one. And I don't have thousands of dollars sitting around, so we just had to like jerry rig the fuck out of my current one. And I'm still waiting for a couple replacement parts because like the entire frame had to be adjusted. It was a mess. And that's what my booba commission money and my Patreon money and my stream money goes towards. That and stream equipment. Sometimes I needed like an actual mic arms. If you hear bonks, it's because I keep bonking my head into my mic and I'm sorry about that. I have no sense of direction or sense of self in space. That posture check made me fix mine. So things, yeah, we love to see it. My like alerts for posture check and hydration check go for you guys too. So I'm gonna drink some more water. Sorry. I can keep talking. I'm absolutely gonna have to refill my water bottle by the end of the stream, I feel. Drinking more water is good. They're even saying this in the game. Drink your water, stay hydrated, get your exercise. Soon the lighter shade of darkness that is the ceiling looks like every ceiling does at night. It becomes the only thing I recognize anymore. The night beckons me to sleep, and I feel the coldness of unfamiliarity and the fear creeping up my spine once again. I keep drifting further away from the world I knew. It's nighttime. Day 1 complete! I wake up in a strange room. Solid morning light shimmers against the light gray ceiling. I had forgotten to draw the curtains closed last night. This is my room, isn't it? My room. This is the 3rd room this year that I'm supposed to call mine. Various things around here remind me that, indeed, it's me who is supposed to be the one living here. My bag's on the floor, my new school books on the desk, my numerous medications on the night table. I stare at the bottles for a moment, deliberating until I open a bottle, shake out a pill, and pop it a tablet from a foil sheet. I down them with a chaser of water without thinking about the chemistry. My uniforms are in the closet. I slink out from under the sheets and stretch my back before dressing up. Putting on a new school uniform feels like dressing in someone else's clothes. Was he in his casual clothes yesterday? He must have been. Just now realizing that, the artificial smell of generic detergent invades my nose, but the feeling of fresh clothes against my back is a good one. A natural one. It feels like a school uniform, as it should. It's not much different from what I used to wear before. That goes for other things too. So far, this place seems more or less like a normal school. Except for the people. I think back to my talk with Kenji yesterday, Misha's constant laughter, and Shizune's sweeping sign language gestures. Well, I've only met 3 students so far. Maybe they aren't that normal, but I'm sure others are. Or perhaps people like them are what passes for normal around here. Yeah, what does pass for normal around here? What do people do? I don't see a lot of kids hanging around after class yesterday, so maybe there are clubs. If so, I wonder if I should join one. Yeah, he was wearing his swagger vest yesterday. All through class, the question remains on my mind, so I decided to ask Shizune about it when we split into groups. After all, she did say if I had anything I wanted to know, I should ask her. She crosses her arms and shifts her gaze slowly to Misha, who looks more preoccupied with trying to grind the eraser of her pencil down so the top is perfect and evenly flat. Aha, sorry for that, Shi-chan. Is there something you wanted from me? Oh, this music is so nostalgic. Oh, I see. That's a good question, Hee-chan. My first thought is that means she doesn't know much, which is worrying. Maybe I'm being too negative. Well, anyway, Misha, please don't prove me right. Oh, that's right. Everyone is encouraged to join a club. A lot of people do so because there isn't really anything else to do. There are also school events like the festival coming up in a few days. Almost every student in the school tends to help out with it, doing whatever. So, you actually transferred in a busy time. Maybe you can help out too. Sure. What's the festival about? Misha freezes. Wahaha, I don't know, Hee-chan. The truth is it's a local event and I'm not from this area, so... She starts signing desperately to Shizune, asking her to bail her out. Shizune adjusts her glasses at the end of an oddly grindelwise flourish and starts signing hard and heavy. These descriptions of sign languages are interesting. Because, like, I don't know a ton about sign language, but I do know that the facial expressions are really important when it comes to the gesture as well. At least in ASL. Who cares? Misha puffs out her chest as she shouts Shizune's words out at me with a disproportionate amount of pride. Too loud. I could see heads turning to look up in our direction. Not so loud. Human beings evolve with each new generation. The ideals and beliefs behind a festival will inevitably change with time. Now it's about delicious fried food and amusing little games that you play to win prizes. Sorry, someone keeps texting me. Is that my sister? Yeah, that's my sister. The teacher clears his throat very loudly, batting his long wooden pointer against his other palm like a baton. He shoots a pointed gaze at us. Finally noticing where we are, Misha stifles a yelp that quickly quiets down. Shizune doesn't seem embarrassed at all, though brushing it off without a care. We're in the middle of class and should start working. That's right, Shi-chan. What? That's right, Hi-chan. Are you asking because you're interested in joining a club? It could have been my eyes playing tricks on me, but I think I saw a suspicious glance exchange between them. Misha's tone has also changed, although it does that every other word anyway. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Misha and Shizune look at each other again. I'm about to ask what they have in mind when something dark flutters in my peripheral vision, catching my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the girl with the long dark hair get up from her desk and slip silently towards the door. It doesn't seem like she was working in any group, and no one seems to notice her but me. I glance at the teacher, who's also looking at the dark-haired girl go. Why doesn't he say anything? Hi-chan, is something wrong? Do I look as uneasy as I feel? Or was Misha just looking at me after that? Or was Misha just looking at me looking after the girl who left? No, nothing. Okay, well, like we were saying, don't you have any plans for lunch? You don't have any plans for lunch today, do you? I thought I would go to the library and pick up some books. Not really. You want to have lunch together then? Sure. Yay, wahaha. He's so cute. Okay, Hi-chan, perfect. Yeah, I would say I tend to miss out on a lot of the other routes because I'm always personally like, I wanted the books. Because that's the type of person I am. IRL, I instantly go to the library. The rest of class passes uneventfully. The girl with the long hair never came back. Before I have the time to put any more thought into where she could have gone, the teacher informs us that it's time to stop working. Shizune looks more than a little annoyed that we only just barely managed to finish all of our work in time. I'm just glad we finished it at all. It's not a contest or anything. It was definitely Shizune. I was a busybody. Very serious. Yes, it is Hi-chan. Possible. Really? Really. I've noticed this before, but it's kind of funny how Misha is always moving her hands and signing not only everything she says, but what anyone else is saying at any given time. Obviously, it must be so Shizune can understand it. Her eyes dart back and forth between Misha's hands and me. I don't know who I'm supposed to be looking at. I'm talking to Misha, but that might be wrong. Maybe I should face Shizune. I'm used to looking in the direction of the person whose voice I'm hearing, but really, Shizune can't hear me. It would be disrespectful to talk to her only through Misha. Then again, it's not that. Isn't that what she's doing? No, she's at least looking at me. This is all very confusing and will take some time to get used to. It's not a contest because contests are competitions over a prize. If there's no prize on the line, it's not really a contest. Shizune's eyes flash dangerously with a little competitive glare. She stares at me as if surprised that I'm challenging her. I think maybe this is a contest to her. I never noticed before how dark and blue her eyes are. It's truly an alluring gaze. They really go heavy with the telling you that she's the love interest this early on. Are you sure, Hi-chan? Very sure. Ha ha ha, you're wrong, Hi-chan, because I don't want to be the slowest one in the class. Therefore, what's on the line is my confidence in my abilities, and the prize is the satisfaction of proving them. Shizune pushes her glasses up the bridge of her nose in a very matter-of-fact way. I'd argue more, but the bell rings, and she quickly gets up and picks up her bag, looking at me expectantly. I had almost forgotten that I was supposed to have lunch with them. Where do you want to eat? The cafeteria? Ha ha ha, that's so plain. Okay, let's go. Plain? Well, I guess. At my old school, I liked to eat outside near the back of the building. It was a good spot, but I didn't find it until near the end of my freshman year. I wonder if there's a similar place to eat here. Misha seems to imply as such. Shizune and Misha pull me towards the cafeteria, which is surprisingly not packed. Maybe some students favor eating in the classroom or outdoors. I saw some of my classmates had box lunches. And when I was a sophomore in high school, somehow my former best friend and I convinced our English teacher, who was like my homeroom teacher, to let us eat lunch in his classroom. It's because I had severe anxiety. And somehow he noticed and offered to let me eat in his room once, and then I just ate in his classroom every day for the rest of the year. It was amazing because my little undiagnosed autistic ass could not handle like the noise in the cafeteria. And I had the worst anxiety, and for once I was actually calm at school. It was great. He was the coolest teacher ever. My former friend, who I don't talk to a lot because some interesting things happened with that person, but they were cool back in high school. They contacted him recently after we graduated. He also played the guitar, and like throughout the entire year, he'd hold singing and playing the guitar over our heads. Like if we misbehave, he'd be like, I guess I won't play guitar when we do our bonfire thing at the end of the year. It was so funny. I was the only person who recognized the song he sang. It was Death Cab for Cutie. It was a Death Cab for Cutie song, and I was the only one who knew it. And I was like, I cannot believe these heathens who do not know good music. Oh, high school. Shizune and Misha pull me towards the cafeteria, which is surprisingly not packed. Maybe some student. I already read this. Hello. After we finish eating, Misha picks up where we had left off earlier. So, Hee-chan, do you want to know about the clubs and stuff, right? Right, Shi-chan. Okay, I guess it makes sense to ask first. Exchanging little nods of confirmation, they turn to face me again, and Misha straightens her posture as if she is about to deliver a speech. Hee-chan, do you have anything you're really interested in? I used to play soccer, but I'm not really into it. I don't follow the teams and players or anything like that. As of late, I usually just read a lot. There is a book club, right, Shi-chan? Right, but it seems like they have all the members they can possibly have right now. Sorry, Hee-chan, it's a really popular club. Ah, okay, but more to the point, Hee-chan, does this mean you don't have anything already in mind? Not really. Good, great. That's great, Hee-chan. Really great. Why is it so great? No reason. Well, Hee-chan, other than clubs and upcoming festival, there is one other thing. Student council. I see, I didn't know this school had a student council. That was a very melodramatic setup though, just to tell me that. I'm pretty sure the two of them know this because Shizune looks a little embarrassed about it and Misha is laughing. Shizune quickly retakes control of the discussion in a manner of speaking. After all, it's still Misha who has to voice whatever she says. Ha ha ha, right. Hee-chan, maybe you should join the student council. They could use more people. Yes, definitely. You should definitely join. Why? Well, for one, we could hang out every day, Hee-chan. Shi-chan and I are both on the student council. Actually, Shi-chan is the president. I'm starting to get the suspicion that Shizune and Misha might not exactly be the most unbiased people to talk about this with. As if reading my mind, Shizune quickly adjusts her glasses and signs something to Misha. Ha ha ha, of course, we're not just trying to get you to join because we would obviously benefit from you joining the student council, and therefore have an incentive to try and get you too. So you're admitting that. Ahaha, no, we admit nothing. I mean, Hee-chan, of course it would be nice if you joined, and we'd appreciate it. But even without all that, joining the student council shows a healthy interest in the workings of one's school. Yep, it's true, Hee-chan. Besides, don't you want to spend time with us after school? Hee-chan. The way she talks is a little annoying to read out loud. Sorry. I can't tell if she's being genuine or if this is just really good acting. Both of them seem to be trying hard to look their cutest, although they are already pretty cute to begin with. Oh, player on our hands. Well. Oh, why did you do that again? Hello. Alright. So it's settled then. Welcome to the student council, Hee-chan. What? No, no. Aw, see, Shi-chan, of course it wouldn't go so easily. Yep, that's right though. It would be boring if it went that smoothly. Oh well, Shi-chan owes me candy now. You were betting on it? Hey, my life is not a game here. Shizune seems very intrigued by this when Misha signs it to her. The aggressive glint returns to her eyes. Wahaha, that's interesting, Hee-chan. Let's play a game. That's not what I said. C blank TV, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How about rich man, poor man, Hee-chan? If you lose, you have to join the student council. No, absolutely not. Aw, why not? Well, because you two both have the same incentive and therefore the same goal, which is to get me to join the student council, right? Yep. Yeah, that isn't my goal. But what this means is that both of you can team up and I'll be at a clear disadvantage, so I will have to decline. Hee-chan, I'm very offended. Are you saying that you don't trust us, that we would pull something so disingenuous? That makes me sad. Sorry? It's hard to tell when Shizune's influence ends and Misha's thoughts begin. In order to atone for hurting a young girl's feelings, you should definitely join the student council. No. How about a game of paper football instead of rich man, poor man? Paper football? Yeah, it's a game they play in America. You make a paper triangle and then you try to shoot it past goalposts that the other player makes with their fingers. Can confirm we do play this in America. I like the constant badgering they do to try to get Hisao to join. It's surprisingly well written for a gag that could potentially get us old fast. I agree, it's very cute. Overall, this is really well written. There's a couple sentences and little ticks that the authors have, which all writers have them, but overall it's like, it's not too bad to read out loud and it's pretty enjoyable. Another water break, sorry. I gotta stretch out my jaw a bit. Yeah, it's very cute and fun. They're written pretty well, to where it doesn't get like overbearing. I remember when we'd play paper football in school, we'd always try to smack the other person in the face. Well, not me. My friends, I was always an observer, but it was always just an excuse to smack people in the face because high schoolers are stupid. Have you looked at the development cycle from this game? So many people came and went LOL. Their flowchart on decisions was mostly argue until everyone gives up. Really? I have not. I really don't know anything about this game. Oh, here comes my dog again. I'll have to go look into the development though, because I love learning about the development of games. I think it's really fascinating. I do know that some of the art style clashes a little bit, which I don't mind. Thank you for the treat, Redeem. What's the doggo doing? She is currently drinking water. I think she's gonna go take a nap again. She got an hour-long walk and she's worn out, but I will set a treat aside for her. She'll get some fishy treats. She's pretty worn out. I have a really big yard for her to run around in. She's a poodle and she's just bundles of energy. But I will definitely have to go look into it. The beta routes for this game were wildly different than the final product too. Wow! Many things I didn't know. Oh, I'm gonna have so much fun reading wikis and other stuff. I've got to looking into the development of the game, unreleased tracks, fan fiction. Hello, Zelda. Oh, she's come. She has been summoned. You wanna come say hi to the people? Do you wanna come say hi? You wanna come say? Oh, she's a little grumpy. She like will make happy grumbles. So if you don't know her, you think she's mad because she goes like angry dog noises, but no, she's actually happy. She's just loud. Very strange poodle. Puppy tap, puppy tap, puppy tap. Okay. Why do we have the same dog? We do have the same dog. That's actually very funny. Weird ass dogs that growl when they're happy. Yeah, she absolutely does. Oh, she's complaining. Sorry if you can hear her grumble. Isn't it cool? It's the ultimate form of competition between two people. It's nice to have confirmation that paper football is indeed a thing. I don't think we ever called it paper football. Someone would just like fold up a little triangle and just like yeet it at people. Like we never tried to get it between someone's fingers. It was always in someone's hair or in someone's bag or at someone's face. I missed out on the paper football conversation. I remember that from like elementary school. Yeah, I want to say it was like mostly done in elementary and middle school, but I do remember some of my friends doing it in high school because high schoolers are children. I also had a weird friend group because I was in the robotics club. Oh, good Lord, Zelda. She's smacking her water bottle toy. Sorry if you can hear her. She's feisty. Separates the boys from the slightly older boys. Honestly, you are correct. That's absolutely what it did. It's also played by elementary and middle school children, Shi-chan. That is, yes. That means it's a game that really separates the boys from the men. More like the boys from the slightly older boys. Yeah, anyway, I'm not going to play that either. Just the fact that you know about it means you're probably surprisingly good at it. Yeah, that's true. How did you know, Hee-chan? Shizune frowns at Misha, telling me that she probably wasn't supposed to admit that so readily. I wouldn't say that I'm happy with their attempts to get me to student council, but I'm a little curious about what the student council does here. I've never been on one before or even known anybody who was a member, so it interests me. I also kind of like Shizune and Misha, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Okay, Hee-chan, how about Risk, the game of world domination? I don't know what that is. It's really fun, Hee-chan. You fight for control of the world, armies and everything. Sounds like Shizune would be good at it. If you want to play, we can after school. Aw, really, Shi-chan? We can play just for fun, Hee-chan. Shi-chan hasn't played in a long time, so if you want to, there are no strings attached. Well, okay. Okay, perfect. We'll see you after school in the student council room then, Hee-chan. I have never played Risk, but from this game's depiction of Risk, I never want to play it. It sounds way too confusing and not fun. Wait, why there? Because that's where we keep the game. Elda, honey, I can hear you grumbling, can you not? I grimace to tell them how much I do not like this, but it's more for show than anything. So in the end, I agree, but only after getting Shizune to acknowledge that I don't mean anything concrete just by accepting to take a look around and play a game with her. Lunch ends and we go back to class. Little Hanako again. During afternoon classes, the long-haired girl comes back and sits down in her seat without a word. Again, no one seems to notice, or if they do, no one says anything. I want to ask Misha about it, but I don't want to be nosy. After school, Shizune and Misha quickly find me by the first floor lobby and latch onto me, covering each flank in case I might try to escape. I feel a little offended, but I'd been considering it. Nevertheless, I'm a bit disturbed that enough people have made a break for it past it there on their guard. What's with the escort? This doesn't make me feel very comfortable. In fact, it makes me feel like a dangerous prisoner being transported to his cell. I have played Risk, but it takes ages to play, way too long for my taste considering the luck involved with the dice. Yeah, I wanted to say it's like really, really long. Long games can be fun, but not always. Wahaha, what's wrong, Hee-chan? That's right, we're just going to play a game of Risk. Remember, I love this sassy expression of hers, it's very cute. I don't know, Misha, this all seems a little sinister to me. I start thinking that when we sit down to play the game, they'll tie me down and torture me until I agree to join the student council. I did it again. Well, that's highly unlikely, but still, for some reason, it just seems like it would be so plausible. Getting to the student council room is as simple as turning 2 corners from where we started. What? This is it makes you guys... Time for the most risky scene in the game! Good pun, very good pun. That's it? This makes you guys being so on top of me seem a little silly. That's not true, Hee-chan. Shi-chan says that when their life is threatened, people have shown the capability to pull off superhuman bursts of speed. Life threatened? Her expression unchanging, Misha signs something amusedly to Shizune, who makes a baffling face and puts her hands behind her back, looking pleased with herself. Misha feigns stiffness and hums cheerily. Stop that, I know you hurt me. You have no excuses, unlike Shizune. Shizune opens the door to the student council room. It's a very plain, sparsely decorated room, although it is quite large, maybe even a little larger than a classroom. There's a big table in the center surrounded by chairs and a smaller desk prominently placed in the back that I assume is Shizune's. There are a few regular desks and chairs stacked to the sides as well. Extras, perhaps? Aside from tables and chairs, the room doesn't have much else to offer, just a couple of filing cabinets and bookshelves stacked with old school records and documents. Not much else. In fact, nothing else. This is a pretty bleak room. They could at least put a potted plant in here or something, but the most noticeable thing is that this room doesn't have as other people. Are we early? No. What do you mean, no? Does it mean nobody else is coming today? Yeah, that's right. Before I manage to ask why that's the case, Shizune claps her hands together very energetically. Sorry, my mouse just wigged out for a second. Hee-chan, let's play Risk. Come on, you promised, didn't you? You have to. Ha ha ha, okay. Do you want to know the rules? We can explain to you while we set everything up. While Misha is talking, Shizune takes out what looks like a board game from behind one of the filing cabinets and throws it on the table. Actually, this looks kind of interesting. After Misha spends a little too long for her liking running through the basics with a somewhat vague and confusing tutorial, Shizune cuts in and declares the game has started with a decisive motion slicing her arm through the air. Shizune's aggressiveness is rubbing off on me. I start feeling more competitive than I intended to be when we agreed to this. I want to say there's a decision coming up soon. Yeah, halfway into the game, while I try to ponder how to defend against Shizune's assault from two fronts, she breaks my concentration by drumming her fingers on the table to get my attention. Shi-chan wants you to know that you are taking too long to make a move. Shi-chan also says that she will let you keep Australia if you agree to join the student council. I thought this was a game with no strings attached. Decision time soon, yep. I had a feeling. Just the fact that she would dangle that over my head as an offer means that she knows I care about the outcome of this game. And anyway, no! Shi-chan admires your fighting spirit and would be a benevolent dictator who will spare your people if you agree to join the student council. You're so competitive, Shizune. She seems to take this as a compliment. I would expect the student council president to be a little more magnanimous. She doesn't seem to know what that word means or how it's signed, so she pulls out a piece of paper and writes it for Shizune, who in return signs it back to Misha. Misha presses her index fingers against her temples as if trying to physically imprint the word into her memory. Suddenly, Shizune bursts into a flurry of gestures. Misha looks daunted by the pace of her heated signing. Wait, please slow down, Shi-chan. Shi-chan says you're going to lose. Tell her I will crush her world empire with my rebellion. Okay. The eyes of her shine with childlike mischief. Oh, that's a good face. She says you'll have no chance if you keep playing like this. No, you won't. Alright. She has a point. Attack aggressively. But we're going... Wait. I need to save. I'm gonna create a new save state just in case. I remember to save. I usually don't. And it's a problem. Alright. I'm looking at both guides just to make sure that I'm not like fucking up. Because if I end up logging myself out of the route that I want, I'm gonna be pissed. And her down in the fields of Virgin. Wait, are we still playing Risk? She's either really mocking me or trying to trick me. I've nothing else to lose though, so I might as well try something different. Did I miss Risk? We are in the middle of Risk, Swift Street. Welcome, welcome. Maybe if I spread out my forces and try to control more territories, I can recoup the advantage. Tuesday seems to focus on conquering whole nations, so maybe I can sacrifice my hold on continents to gain more small countries. It's worth a shot. Oh, thank you for the follow! A few turns later, I end up losing the game anyway. Shizune adjusts her glasses victoriously and allows herself to tentatively pump a fist in the air in celebration. Saw that the Reddit post had to drop some love for this game. Thank you! Welcome, welcome. I'm glad that people actually saw the Reddit post. It makes me very happy. But yeah, we are also showing some love for this wonderful game here. I'm having fun replaying it again. That's how I got here too. Yeah! A lot of people saw... I wasn't sure how active the Reddit was, considering how old this game was, but I did see that it seemed like pretty active, that y'all were still very into this game, so I am glad that this is one of those games where it seems like no matter how old it is, there's still people who are gonna love it. This makes me very happy. And those of you who are not from the Reddit, who are here for other reasons, I'm glad that I get to share something new with you. You can get Emmy regardless of your choice on Risk. I wanted to say so, but it's been a while. I'm pretty sure the more concrete choices don't happen until later. we haven't even met Emmy yet. And I always, like, I tend to accidentally get Emmy's route because I like her. So, there's no need to translate that. It was pretty clear. Wahaha, don't look so sad, Hee-chan. You were really giving it your best. That's what I thought. The Reddit is rad. It also, like, a second notification if any of streamed the game. Oh, that's cool. First few playthroughs I fell into Emmy's route by chance. I think it was my 4th playthrough when I realized that there were more routes. Oh my goodness. That's funny. That happened to me both times I played this. I tend to, like, I wanted to figure out what was going on with Hanako, but I kept, like, running into the Emmy route. And then once I get to the Emmy route, I was like, man, now I want to go get to Rin's route because Rin is hilarious. I'm glad she has so much love. I've heard some, like, really interesting things about Shizune's route, so I'm excited to see hers because, like, I've given Rin, Emmy, Lily, and Hanako the love. Like, Shizune is, and I haven't gotten Rin's ending, and I haven't gotten to Shizune. They're the two that were, like, a little trickier for me to get with, because I did not know guides were a thing back then. I'm not used to playing with guides, so, but yeah, I'm gonna 100% this, even if it kills me, because I want to see everything. Sometimes your best just isn't good enough, though. If anyone knows that, it's me. You did very well for someone who just learned how to play today. Shizune's route is different for sure. That's what I've heard. I'm trying not to, like, spoil myself too much. But yeah. Hee-chan, you attacked Iceland and North America at the same time. That's a very daring move. Shi-chan is impressed. The mark of great people is that they are daring, that they can follow through. You're already halfway there. Isn't that great, Hee-chan? That is enough, though. Just potential isn't enough. There is no point to potential if you don't take the first step. There's no point to that if you don't keep going. I want to see more. She's so aggressive. It's so funny. You're right, Shi-chan, but that's so demanding. Shizune leans forward, suddenly looking a lot less playful and more like the serious person I expected her to be from the start. Hee-chan, would you like to join the student council? She really doesn't waste any time, does she? But it's only my 2nd day of school, so I'm hesitant about committing to something so early. I haven't even taken a look at any other clubs yet, but spending time with Shizune and Misha doesn't seem like something I would hate. I still need more time to think about it before I decide for sure. Maybe. I'll get back to you on it. The first 2 Shizune acts were fun. I know I did some of Rin's route, but I didn't finish it. Hopefully I'll be able to tell exactly when I stopped for whatever reason. Swift Street, thank you for the doggo. Sasuke is not the dog. My dog is Zelda, who just put herself to sleep because she's tired. Sasuke, this is safe for work, Sasuke. He is here in case there's any accidental spicy scenes that come on so I can censor it so Twitch doesn't bonk me. Because Twitch has been really amping up its nudity policy recently. And considering the type of art that I make, I would like to avoid being bonked because I would like to continue. There's a censor option in the game. There is, and I haven't clicked, but I did see people saying that there are still some spicy scenes outside of it. So he's here just in case. Spicy shit. Yeah, he's here just in case, so. No, my dog is, she is a poodle and she is currently sleeping, but I will set some treats aside for her and she will say thank you, when she awakens herself. She's taking a snooze after being a silly baby for a little bit. I just bonked my mic again, I'm sorry. Okay, Hee-chan, but I hope you're not just saying that so we don't feel bad. Censor option covers nudity, but that's if there are questionable scenes that they're non-nude, they are not censored. I've never tested it, I guess. Beat the anime, please. It's working hard. There's one I know of and she's an A's route for sure. You can skip the H scenes with the censor, but there are nude sprites on some of the other routes, regardless of whether or not you skip the H. Yeah. That's what I heard. And considering we're not even allowed to show, like, underboob on Twitch anymore. Sasuke's here. Sasuke's here. I honestly need to just have him up, period, because I was really pushing it yesterday. It was really pushing it in my stream yesterday. Genuinely surprised I didn't get bonked, considering that there was full nip slip going on with some of the things that Google Images showed me, but we survived. Ooh, the video game enjoyer, welcome, welcome, thank you for the follow. The sprites are not censored. I saw enough people saying, like, I was specifically seeing if it was safe for Twitch, and I saw a lot of people say, like, technically, but there is nudity even with the censored route, so he's here just to be safe. I would not like to get kicked off of this platform. Just realized, I hope Base Day Night also has the censor option. I want to say it does, because that's the next BN I'm going to be playing on here. But yeah, so like, time to grab the script files and work out when they come up, lol. You don't have to, but if you do, I would very much appreciate it. If not, I will test my reflexes with this wonderful dude right here. You can download mods with censored sprites and H scenes. That is also an idea. I did not know that that exists, but that does make sense. I might look into that. But chances are I'll probably forget and we'll just go with Safe It Works Sasuke. We'll see. We'll see. So many things to look into after this stream. You guys are awesome. Where were we? Okay, okay, Hee-chan, but I hope you're not just saying that so we don't feel bad. No, really. Really? Hee-chan, if you're going to say that, you're saying that it is definitely the truth and there can't be any mistaking it. I know, I guess I should have my revenge for losing, at the very least. Shizune smiles at that in a mischievous way that feels like twisting the knife in the wound of my loss. I take a glance at the clock on the wall and realize I've spent far longer playing Risk than I expected. Sorry, I think I have to go. I wanted to go to the library. It's not closed yet, is it? Shizune scratches her head and gestures at Misha. How hard can it be to determine whether the library is open? There's a clock right there on the wall. It should be, unless the librarian is absent. I think you're right, Shi-chan. We think the library is open. It's on the second floor. You can't miss it. Do you want us to show you where it is? No, it's okay. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. One flight of stairs up and I run into problems. The second floor hallway is a carbon copy of the third one. White of course and plain, like only hallways can be. Problem is that the library's whereabouts are not as easily determined as one would think. The classrooms are marked with signs stating which class they belong to, but then there's a plethora of other unmarked rooms. Is the library one of them, or is it just somewhere down the hallway? I bet on the latter and choose my direction at random. After I turn around the corner, an unmarked door draws my attention because it's not closed. Not open either though, just barely ajar so that I can't see it open and nothing else. It would make sense for the library door to be invitingly open, and well, if this one is not quite, it's good enough. At the very least, it means that someone is inside and I can ask for directions, no matter how embarrassing that is. I gingerly push on the center of the door with my fingertips, every muscle in my arm ready to pull back at a moment's notice. The feeling of being an outsider to the school can't be shaken from my mind, so much so that I instinctively fear doing something wrong by entering. The door slowly creaks as if groaning from a deep sleep, though it is much easier to open than I had anticipated. Leaning over and poking my head further inside side of the room as fast as possible, the meek hello on my lips is quickly snatched away. I believe they are directly before or after H scenes, at least in the case of Emi and Hanako. Noted. This is when we meet Lily. Yeah, this is Lily! This is not as I was expecting. I mindlessly let the door open to its full extent, taking in the sight of the solitary figure taking center stage in the otherwise abandoned room. The situation steals my voice, leaving me standing at the doorway staring at the beautiful girl. Lily Pog, let's go! Lily is Pog! She's so pretty. Evidently having taken her time to assess the situation, the girl gently puts down her teacup and opens her eyes, but doesn't look at me. Hello there, may I help you? Staring directly in front of herself, the movements of her lips seem to break the silence rather than the words. However, it's a soft, measured voice that reminds me she's being separate from the room itself. Not only is she likely the tallest girl I've ever laid eyes on, but even among the foreigners I've met, she is strictly distinct. Oh yeah, I forgot that she's supposed to be like a foreigner compared to the Japanese. Lily single-handedly gave me a thing for classy girls. That's our Emmy is wonderful. I love her. But Lily, look at her. Look at her. I like wavy and or curly haired characters. I have a soft spot for them, and she's got very nice hair. Hi, sorry for intruding. I was just kind of lost. She takes a moment to formulate a response before speaking. Every action she takes feels as if it's carefully choreographed beforehand. Here to take a seat? Unexpectedly, considering that I'm intruding upon her. Thanks. I slowly step towards another seat opposite to her, the girl resting the teacup and saucer on the wooden table in between. The way she doesn't track my movements with her head is telling that, and that slight cloudiness to her eyes means that she must be at least partially blind, like Kenji. Come to think of it, her voice doesn't have any detectable accent either. I guess she must be half Japanese. Lily was the first video game character to make me cry. Act 3 for Emmys where the nude sprites kick in and there's an H scene first. Awesome. I have a thing for tea. I fucking love tea. I have multiple cast iron teapots. I hoard loose leaf tea like a dragon. I would be lying if I didn't say that Lily influenced that. She absolutely did. I thought she was so cool. I was like, oh, I want to drink tea like Lily. Like, there's a lot of reasons I like tea. This is one of them. Love her. As I take my seat, her composure takes me slightly off guard. Her air of relaxed confidence makes the silence entirely comfortable. The calming atmosphere is so very different from the student council office. I take it you're a new student to Yamaku? Yeah, I just transferred in yesterday. I get the distinct feeling that my speech patterns don't match the formality of hers, accentuated by her restrained bow of greeting. If you want me to make a censored mod for you, I could probably do that pretty easily. Oh, that would be awesome, but I don't want you to worry about it. Like, I got Sasuke. I got this. I got this. Like, I'm used to playing loosey-goosey with censors and stuff on stream. It's fine. I'm actually kind of a little bit mad that I have to censor it on stream because I do not enjoy looting underage characters, but I also don't like censoring games. So, let's just say with Fate Stay Night, like, I'm gonna have to skip the H scenes, but the H scenes in Stay Night are so fucking funny. Because Kinokun also cannot write sex scenes. The man can write anything but that. Also, like, it takes away from the story when you have to censor things, but... There's nothing risky before Act 3. Yeah, that sounds like it makes sense. Nothing risky before Act 3. Yeah, I'll do some more research. I had a feeling I wasn't gonna get into anything spicy today, so I just kind of started playing. In a perfect world, Twitch wouldn't be so afraid of titty. Listen! I would like to draw my titty on Twitch, free of censorship. God, I would love that so much. Unfortunately, I can't. I have thought about streaming on, I think it's Picardo lets you do, like, full R18. Whoop! There are 67 sprites in Act 3 that are nude. That's a lot. Wow. Reading all the lines out in chat, you aren't gonna see anything too bad today. I wasn't planning, I probably wasn't gonna get too far today anyway. I mean, we'll see. But yeah. I don't remember exactly how long the game is. I'm looking at the diagram and it's pretty long, but we'll see. But yes, back to wonderful Lily, so we can meet the other best girls, Rin and Emmy. One which I hastened to match before realizing the futility of my action. This is another thing that they're like trying to show, that like she speaks with the super formal Japanese and he doesn't, which has a name. I forget its name, but I think that's interesting that they're like trying to allude that she's very, very proper. He's a bit more casual. I'm Lily Sato. Nice to meet you. Hisao Nakai. Keigo, thank you. That's it. She gives a nod before gesturing roughly in the direction of her teacup. Would you care for a drink? Sure. As much as it pains me, I can't I can't keep step with her formality in the proceedings. It's a slow burn to get to the sexy parts, yeah. I mean, that's just kind of standard for VNs. She gives a kind nod, taking the request in stride. Without another word, she steps off the chair and prepares a second cup of tea from a collection of supplies laid out along a shelf. A brush here, a brush there, her left hand often lightly touching the side of whichever container she's pouring into. Seems to be a process that she's followed a dozen times before. Each route, Act 1 to Act 4, is about the length of a full novel. Are you serious? I did not know that. Damn. Well, that's impressive. Ooh, sorry. Got something stuck in my throat. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a long series, but it's still pretty long. As I lean sideways to see around her back, she seems to use her long, dainty fingers to measure the right amount of water in the cup. It's one thing to see the different disabilities the students in my class have, but it's quite another to see how everyone seems to adapt. This is what I really like about Katawa Shoujo. This right here. Shizune and Misha have no problem working together to communicate to me, and Lily herself seems to have workarounds for problems I'd never thought of. While I feel slightly guilty about her doing the work, she seems pleased to be following the correct process of the offering for preparing the drink. So, her soft voice brings me out of my silent observance. Which room were you looking for? If it's not often this classroom is visited after school. The school library, Shizune and some classmates told me it was on this floor. She finishes pouring water into the teacup as she nods, small metallic tapping coming from the teacup indicating it being stirred. I'm aware of Miss Akamichi as our best students. To be with them means you're in class 3-3. No? That's right. It's the science room with Muto. She gives a small giggle before sitting down the teaspoon and slowly walking towards the table, teacup and saucer in hand. He's quite a character. I imagine you'll come to like him. Most do. As she sets down the tea, I gently take it and have a sip. I'm really more of a coffee person, but this seems like a rather bad moment to bring that up. Nonetheless, the smell is quite nice. I hardly think it'd be hard to choke down. Thanks, Sato. It tastes really nice. She smiles and quickly waves her hand in front of her face. Lily, please. There's no need to be too formal. 3:30 a.m. Goodness, yes, go sleep. I was actually up until 3:30 a.m. the other night playing Minecraft, so I'm not one to talk, but she says this in spite of her exceedingly well-bred speech. Oh well. I guess I should try to ask her about herself, as it really does seem as if she's catering to me. So, which class are you from? I imagine it's one of the third-year classes. Correct. I'm in class 3-2, which is on the third floor, same as yours. It's taught by Miyagi, and it is specifically for both blind and partially blind students. I see. Sorry. I feel like slapping myself for the faux pas. Looking at her face, though, she doesn't seem in the least bit put off by it. My, there's no need to change your speech on my account. This always makes me laugh because people do the same thing with me when it's like, oh, I like something like, oh, walking or walk or run or like anything. They'll use those words around me and they'll be like, oh, and I'm just like, dude, it's fine. Don't change the way you talk or common speech just because I happen to be rocking some wheels. I've also had people who prefer to things as like rolling and wheeling around instead of like going for a walk. It's very funny. My sister calls me Hot Wheels sometimes. It's great. I hope to catch you live again soon. I'm enjoying it here. Good night. Thank you. I'm live pretty much every day, honestly. So I'd love to have you back. I hope you have a good sleep. Sure. Sorry, I guess I'm really showing my newness here. An environment like this would be a big change, so I can't fault you for it. While the same can't be said for everyone, many have come to terms with their conditions. A category which would include her, it seems. All too ready to jump ship from this particular topic, I segue into another. Do you come here to drink tea often? It's a really nice place. Thinking on it, this might be her version of the place behind my school that I like to have lunch at. I come here fairly often during lunchtimes. My duties as class representative don't leave enough time for an official club, so a friend and I use this room for having teas. Class representative, huh? Compared to Shizune, her mannerism seems to be almost completely opposite. While Shizune is blunt and fiercely driven, Lily seems relaxed and calm, almost aloof. I also love how Lily uses that to troll people. Yes, it's great. To think of it, she might be useful for a less biased view of the school's clubs. What kind of clubs are there to join? The more popular ones are the track and field club, which uses the field near the school during lunch times, the baseball club, and the book club in a room near the library. There are also numerous small ones too, though, such as the art and music clubs. At a time when I'm just wanting to get on my feet, rushing into a club right away seems slightly appealing. I wonder if this school shares the same rules as my old one. Is it compulsory to join a club? It isn't, though it is encouraged. Ah, good. That's a relief. I've really let down my guard around this girl to let such a thing slip out. The fact seems to slightly amuse her. Not wanting my tea to get cold, I finally start drinking it and Lily does the same. As I look over the window over her shoulder, I notice the light coming into the room has a distinctly orange tint. Even here, time doesn't stand still. Huh, the time's gone so quickly. I love this music right here. This one's also really nice. The CG scenes are just overall are so nice. The generic user, thank you for the redeem. Hydrating right now. And I'm definitely going through this water bottle with all this reading. Sorry? Right, she's blind. Of course she can't see the sun setting. It just looks like the sun's starting to set. It seems to come as a surprise for her. I guess she must have lost track of time. Sorry, Hisao. I didn't mean to keep you from the library for so long. I quickly moved to like concern. Ah, no, it's okay. The library's still open, isn't it? She pauses and takes a moment to think on it. It's probably something I should have asked Shizune when I had the chance, but Lily seemed likely to know in any case. True, it's open until 6:30 during weekdays. A quick glance at my watch confirms that I have well enough time to get there. I might get going in that case. It's been nice talking with you, Lily. She smiles and gives a deep nod, her hands still neatly folded on the table in front of her. It is my pleasure. Oh, come to think of it, shall I show you where the library is? I could possibly ask for more help. I should be able to find it alright. Well, unless my navigational skills fail me. Which they seem to have a habit of doing. It's alright, I was going to be talking to the librarian there in any case. I can introduce you. This gets better and better. It's pretty hard to deny her offer. If you're sure, then that'd be great. Thanks. As she stands up to follow me, she takes hold of a straight, retractable cane that has been slipped in the handle of her bag on the floor. Compared to the cane the boy in my class had, Lily's looks much thinner and longer. His must be for support, whereas Lily's is for navigation. Together we leave the peaceful room and enter the empty hallway on the way to the library. Side by side, my pace carefully slowed to match hers, we slowly walk through the hallway. I feel like that music in that scene was loud compared to all the others. It doesn't take long for us to arrive at the door to the warm-looking room, apparently situated in the center of the floor rather than either wing. Ladies first. She gives an I clicked it. Hold on. There should be text history. There is a text history. Okay. I haven't played this game in a long time. I need to re-familiarize myself with all the controls. Okay, to the left is the wooden library counter, with the library proper being on the right. It easily dwarfs my old school's library, with a distinct smell of old books, giving the place an almost old-world air. There doesn't seem to be a lot of students here, considering the time. It isn't a big surprise. Everyone's probably either in the school grounds or the dorms. Yuko, are you here? She says it's thin air since the librarian doesn't seem to be present, and of course Lily can't see this. What's unexpected is that it draws a reaction. Something from under the counter thuds against it, followed by a quiet wail. Aw. The origin. Apparently the librarian quickly crawls out and bounces up to extremely rigid attention. Hi Lily, how can I help you? Mouse scroller page up should move you back. It's not. For me, I'm gonna have to fiddle with the controls more later. I'm also in a different, like, screen mode because my computer hates me. The librarian not having a route disappoints me somewhat. I agree. I like her. I like her a lot. She's very funny. Also, as a former library rat, librarians are great. Hi Lily, how can I help you? But I have a type. I think we have a very similar type. Her voice is strained in a failing attempt to sound casual, and she's rubbing the back of her head. Good afternoon. What happened just now? I heard a strange sound. It's nothing. I just hit my head. See, I dropped an eraser under my desk, and while I was looking for it, a pencil dropped, and when I was looking for both of them, you came in and surprised me. Are you alright? I'm sorry, I couldn't know. It's okay. Sorry for making you worry. This is nothing. I've had worse happen to me. She's quick to reverse Lily's apologies, almost frantically trying to push aside the possibility that she could in any way inconvenience by bashing her head on the counter. Yes, worse things have happened. The girl fidgets with her fingers as Lily doesn't seem to drop her concerned expression, and then she shuffles some papers around the counter for no reason. A little shorter than Lily, replete with glasses, interesting word, freckles and a very troubled look, she seems to fit the library perfectly. Ah, Lily, did you get the message? My message? Message? Oh, the 2 imported books that arrived. Right, they finally came. I can't believe it took so long, but... Amidst her celebration, partially for managing to change the topic, I'm sure, she notices me from the corner of her eye and freezes on the spot when she does. Oh no, I'm sorry for noticing you before. Did you need to check out a book or return one? I'm sorry. Oh, hello, Zelda! My doggie is nosing at me. She wants attention. Hey, baby. You're spoiled. Pat the dog. The way she can so quickly shift between moods is a little unsettling. He's with me, Yuko. This is Hisao, a new student. Hisao, this is Yuko, the school librarian. Pleased to meet you. Hisao, right, Hisao. Pleased to meet you, Hisao. For a second, she visibly attempts to engrave the name on her mind so she won't forget. Yuko often arranges to import foreign books in Braille for me. Would you like to tell Hisao a little something about the library? Lily's innocent suggestion is met with an expression of abject terror. Please Lily, I can't. I don't know what he could be interested in. This is too much responsibility. How it's any responsibility at all, I don't get, but her objection is so sincere I don't doubt it for a second. And she would rather disembowel herself on the spot than tell me where the light novels are. I actually know a lot of, like, professional librarians. This is cute, but most librarians will talk your ear off about books. It's really funny. Like, they may seem shy on the surface, but the second you ask them about books, they're like, blah, 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 blah. It's great. I know someone who's getting their master's in library science, I want to say is the degree name. Interesting one for sure. So there are a lot of books in Braille here? I attempt to save the day by asking the first thing that pops into my head. It seems to work at least partially, as Yuko seems to not exactly relax, but at least look slightly less tense. Well, I think about 1/3 or 1/4 of Yamaku's library is either in Braille or audio. Makes sense given all the blind students that be here. Yuko's consumed by anxiety? Same. Very relatable. If it's only that, how come this library is so big in the first place? Well, we get a lot of books regularly because the library is adequately endowed. That's probably why. I spend more on new books than on my salary, and then I have to organize and shelf all of them. It's too troublesome and they weigh so much. I wish I could quit this job! A very awkward silence follows this revelation of too much information. I'll go check the aisle then, if you don't mind. It's probably the best for all of us if she doesn't keep talking to me. Very well. Meanwhile, Yuko, I would like those books if that's alright with you. My first impression was right. The library is surprisingly big. Ambling down the narrow aisles, I studied the spines of the books in random order, occasionally sliding one out to read the blurb, taking it with me as it looks good. In a few moments, I have a respectable stack of books in my arms. I guess I'll never be stuck for a choice here. The normality of the library sinks in. Sure, there are large print and Braille books scattered throughout. This is what It is what it is, a library. It's as if the calm mood from the room I had tea with Lily and stuck with us here, unless it was here to begin with. That's something about that puts me at ease, just like before. I reach the end of the aisle and find a collection of desks set up for study or personal reading. Going a little further, though, I discover a nice quiet corner at the back. While the rest of the library has the odd student sitting at a desk or either reading or stealthily sleeping, the back is pretty much deserted. As I glance around, I see someone who I recognize sitting on one of the several beanbags. Oh, we got a Hanako sighting! Precious girl. It's the dark-haired girl from my class, the one who snuck out of the classroom earlier. She's reading a book, keeping it close to her face, which makes her look like she's really into it. From the way she was acting today, I had her pegged as more of a delinquent than a bookworm. In fact, her mysterious disappearance from the class raised all sorts of whys in my head. Intrigue floats slowly but surely towards the surface, and before I know it, I'm walking towards the mysterious long-haired girl. I guess there's no harm in introducing myself as I would with anyone else. She's a classmate, after all. Walking over to another beanbag, I take a seat and lay my books beside it. The girl starts looking scaredly up at me from underneath her fringe. This is the first time I've seen her this close. Underneath her long, dense bangs, I can see that part of her face, at least a third, if not half, is pretty badly scarred. My eyes are immediately drawn to the scars, subconsciously peeking past her hair until I meet her own eyes. For a second, I'm shocked and divert my eyes to the book in her hands before I realize that looking away probably only makes it worse. It takes too many seconds to click myself, and I remember what I walked up her for. I'm pretty sure this has no impact on anything, but I'm going to look. Anyway. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. It's okay. Girl certainly doesn't look like it's okay, but I let it slide. So, do you mind if I sit here? She seems to be very uncertain whether it's okay or not for me to sit, but she finally nods just a little. Okay. Take the seat next to her, and she hides herself behind her book. Life of Pi. Never heard of it. So, sorry again for startling you. I'm Hisao. She looks up from her book, stalling a little before replying. No. We are in the same class. Her speech is stilted and so quiet that it is barely audible even in the still library. Somehow I think that my delinquent impression of her was wrong. Hanako. I'm Hanako. I resist the urge to say that's a nice name, just to have something to say, but really it's the only thing I can think of. I feel like an idiot. Everyone here must be used to being different to each other, and here I am being all bothered and fussed about that kind of thing. Don't let me interrupt your reading. I'll just check out these books, if you don't mind. She nods a little and sighs a little, sigh of relief. So I try to read the covers and the introduction of the books I picked up, and she buries her face in her book. Uncomfortable silence consumes us. My eyes still wander into her direction, and I sneak peeks at her flowing hair and scars it's hiding. After a while, I realize that she's doing the same and only pretending to be immersed in Life of Pi. Her gaze is not inquisitive at all, though. It darts around like a scared rabbit. When our gazes finally meet, the chain reaction is unstoppable. She stands up forcefully from the beanbag and takes a deep breath. I've got to go do something. Without warning, Hanako takes off and runs towards the counter. Her hair-like takeoff catches me so off guard that I don't manage to go after her until she has a good head start. By the time I reach the counter, she is nowhere to be seen. Lily and Yuko are happily chatting away. Knowing that I won't be able to catch Hanako myself, I approach the girls. Hey, did you see or notice a girl run past here? Maybe. What did she look like? Scooby-Doo running sound effect. Long dark hair, kind of shy. She had, well, some scars on her face. You wouldn't be talking about Hanako, would you? Yeah, that's her. I saw her reading and tried to talk to her, but I think I scared her off or something. Oh dear, Yuko, would you excuse me? I had better try and find her. Sure, I'll just hold on to these until you come back. What's going on? I'm sorry, but I'll have to explain it to you some other time. Oh, it's a VTuber? Yes, I am a VTuber. I do face streams sometimes. Mostly my art stuff when I accidentally show my face, but yes. Hello, I am a VTuber. Welcome. I am a VTuber and an artist. I made myself. We're playing Katawa Shoujo. Right, I'll see you later then. Lily hastily grabs her cane and hurries out of the library, leaving me alone with Yuko. I don't think I'll ever get the hang of this place. Did I do something wrong? What did you do? Nothing, I was just looking for some books and then she got this fit and ran off. The most offending thing I can think of was that I might have looked at her general direction a few times. Well, she is a very timid girl. You have to be very careful around her. She can be very jumpy, I think, and she's not accustomed to talking with other people. Isn't that a bit strange? I wonder. It's just how she is, I think. Yuko doesn't sound all that convincing. Then again, maybe this is just the norm around here. Everyone has their own problems, or else they wouldn't be here. But how should I deal with these people? Forcing myself to act overly casual only makes me feel phony. Like I was supposed to be ignoring the elephant in the room. Yuko fidgets, looking like she wants to say something to that, but resists it. I think it's an elephant only if you feel that way. I guess she doesn't have a good sense of self-restraint. It makes me smile, and she blushes heavily. For some reason all I can think of looking at your avatar is Navi. Cool design though, thank you! This is only part of it, because I'm currently in the process of rigging my model. I've got like a ton of different outfits and stuff. But part of it is I'm wearing a hospital gown because my character died, quote unquote. I am a cyborg angel, as a reference to when I had to have my brain surgery and almost died. But yeah, thank you. What? Did that sound stupid? No, it sounded really wise. I guess you're right. It's more about me than anyone else. Neither of us has anything to add, so Yuko fills the silence by shuffling some papers around. People who have papers on their desks really like doing that. Did you find any books? I should be closing soon. I mean, this library should be closing, but I don't have to do it. I hope that's not too inconvenient for you. Yeah, I accidentally designed my VTuber around my physical disabilities. Like, as you can see, I have a floating head. I have no neck. The reason that I have a floating head is partially because I was almost internally decapitated a couple years ago, but I had surgery for it. I'm fine. And the only other reason is because of said surgery, like my skull is fused to my neck. So like most VTubers, they can turn their head like side to side. I can't. I have no range of motion in my neck. So in exchange for that, I thought maybe I'd give myself a floating head so I can kind of rotate it like this instead of turning my head side to side in like the 3/4 view. So that's why I'm a floating head. Imagine having a neck. Couldn't be me. Necks are boring. Oh yeah, I wanted some books, but I left them over there because I'll just go get them. I fetched my stack of books from beside the beanbags where Hanako and I were sitting and returned to the counter. Wow, you read a lot, don't you? I surprised myself with that too, honestly, at least when I really think about it. Makes your model really different. Thank you. I just like artistically decapitating people in art. Like, I did a lot in my art even before I made my VTuber model because I think it's fun. I like to like artistically decapitate people and have like flowers growing out of the cavities. I know that sounds kind of weird. I'm a fine artist and an oil painter too, and so I do floofy fine art oil painting things sometimes. But yeah, I just think artistic decapitation is neat. There are a couple of other floating head VTubers. Most of them are dualahans. I'm not. I'm just me. But those are really cool too. I had a lot of free time earlier this year, so I just kind of started reading books to fill that time. I couldn't do much else. I see. But she doesn't say anything else and just checks out my books for me. I guess this is what they call tact. Holding the library books with one arm, I trawl in my pocket for the key to the door. The sudden sound from behind startles me, making me nearly drop the books I'm carrying or the key that I almost managed to get into the lock. The Kenji. Yeah! I turn around to see who is talking to me. It's Kenji. He seems to be in a friendly mood, although the light glinting off his glasses in the dark gives him a sinister look. It's just me. Hashtag Kenji. This makes him pause and lick his lips nervously. Who is me? I don't know anyone called me. Are you some new guy again? His voice is suddenly strained and quick. Yes, but we've met before. Yesterday. I don't think so. I'd remember someone who I met only yesterday. When was that? What day is it today? I try to ignore him. Is he joking or what? Prove that we've met before. You live across the hall. You're Kenji. Kenji jumps back, his eyes filled with an uncomprehending fear. Look, it's Harry Potter. How do you know my name? Damn, this can only mean one of two things. Either we have met and you are telling the truth and I just can't remember it, or you're a spy. He pauses. A psychic spy. His eyes dart around me, trying to peek into my room, although it's hard to believe he can see anything through those thick glasses. His mood swung from friendly to manic in less than a minute. I'm not psychic. How do I know that? I'm not a mind reader. Kenji points a finger in my face damningly. Unlike you. Stop that, man. We met yesterday. What's wrong with you? I live in this room. Lies. If you think you can pass as Hisao because I'm legally blind, you are sorely mistaken. So funny. You don't even look like him. I mean, the resemblance is real slim. Maybe at a distance, but who do you think you're kidding? I wanted to grab him by the shoulder and shake him. Exasperated, I rubbed my eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Stay there. Kenji comes closer, one careful step at a time. I stay still, lest he assault me physically, although I doubt he could do much damage even if he did. Yobi, you didn't take your normal pills. Oh wait, I see now. Damn, it really is you. Flying again, and then once again for good measure, I step backwards, just in case. What's up, man? You don't look too good, I think. Something wrong? I don't know, just had something stupid happen to me. A few stupid things, actually, even if you discount this one. I know a guy like Kenji IRL. I also know some guys like Kenji IRL. I can't get a proper touch on other people here, and I have no idea if it's because of me or because of them. I don't know why I'm telling this to Kenji. It's not like we've had any contact either. That's rough, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry about calling you a psychic spy and all, but you can never be too careful. It's the hard reality we live in. I'm glad you don't know any Kenji's IRL. They're exhausting. I'm slowly starting to think that Kenji isn't necessarily living in the same reality as the rest of us. You see, this is how it is, the world. There's no justice. You see, even when I lose, I win because I don't lose the lesson. Does that even mean? It doesn't matter. He dismisses it flatly with a wave of his hand. So what happened? Why the long face? Do you have a long face? It's nothing. I just scared some girl off accidentally. Literally two. She actually ran away from me. It was my fault, really, I think. I'm not really used to all this yet. A girl? A cute one? Cute? That's a hard question. She had a nice body and really beautiful hair. But the face, I guess it could go either way. I don't think this has any effect. I think she's cute, so I'm gonna say that she was cute. Yeah, cute, I guess. I knew it! There are a lot of cute girls here, a strangely disproportionate amount. I believe that is one of the dark secrets of the skull. I tried to warn you, man, but did you listen? I don't remember any such warning. Dark secrets? Yes, dark secrets. Extremely dark, like a black hole. Have you noticed that the number of girls in the skull is slightly but significantly higher than the number of boys? It's like 60-40. He turns his head to the left and stares off into the distance at nothing. It's like he knows that he's in a VN. Why is it like this? I mean, to the untrained eye, it doesn't appear to be that bad, but that's a full 20%. One would think that a school with such a huge pool of women would be a man's dream, but no! What I remember this? Oh my goodness! Felonier 11, thank you for the gift subs! Thank you, thank you! I love how the music cuts off right there. Very good timing. Get ready, chat. Words of wisdom incoming. Yes, words of wisdom from our Lord and Savior Kenji. What I'm about to tell you could blow your mind. Are you ready? I don't know where this is going, but I think I won't be missing much by cutting out now. No, I'm not ready. I only get as far as turning the doorknob before Kenji starts talking again, showing that he doesn't really care if my mind is blown or not. I believe that this school is a battleground. Site of a feminist infiltration. This disparity in the number of men to women is a clear sign of how far they have come. In case this Cold War turns hot, they will have superiority in numbers. The music. Just another skirmish in the internal war against the forces of the feminists. They're everywhere. In Japan, women outnumber men. It's not a 60-40 split, but it's only a matter of time, man. If all incels were exactly like Kenji, life would be a little better. I would have to agree. If they were more like Kenji and more like they are, like, all incels suck, but Kenji incels are at least funny, not scary. Even in America, women are the majority by a hair. They're building up their numbers. In the past, the buildup of a military has always been the clearest sign of imminent war. Japan is just the first steps. Our economy is badass, and the country itself is small and isolated, yet a huge part of the Pacific in terms of political value. The perfect target. They are so cunning, as expected of women. Soon, the day will come when... Kenji's voice trails off ominously. That's why you can't trust them. They will string you along and then kill you, just as they killed me. You will end up just like me. Oh, hell no! I forgot he said that! He's not supposed to- Oh, hell no! I can't stop myself from blurting it out. I would too, man. Shout out to all the American women out there. This one's for you. Ayo, American women represent. I love this guy. Hey, what the hell does that mean? You said it, not me. That's the best that I can think of. So, you're not supposed to say something like that? Damn, so rude. Where was I? Oh yeah, fast feminist conspiracy. Stop it. Stop. I lost you way back there somewhere. Somewhere around feminist infiltration. Too hard to follow? It's cool. I have some graphs and stuff in my room. And puppets. You like puppets? No puppets. You don't like puppets? Okay. Graphs are still cool though, right? He's an incel of 2012. If this doesn't exist, I need someone to make the meme where the dude is like pointing at the wall covered in papers with like the string attached, like aggressively. I forget the name of the meme. If that doesn't exist with Kenji yet, I'm gonna make it tonight. It suits him so well. I'm sure I can find sprite sheets to make it. Oh, if Wolf doesn't get it to it first. Wolf is very good at meme making. He's not an incel. He's like anti-woman. I would classify him as an incel. I think they like incels. Incels can be anti-woman, but not all anti-woman people are incels. But there is quite a bit of overlap between the two. Sorry, would you say I couldn't hear, but I heard my name. The game was made of 4chan. Yeah, I said if someone hasn't made a version of that meme with the dude like pointing to the like the bulletin board with all the red strings like frantically. Remember when I made the you describing Sinnoh remakes meme? That one? I need to make it with Kenji's face. The game is it makes so much sense that if it's a joke about people in 4chan. If that's true, that makes me very, very happy. That's so funny. I mean, the reason I know about this game is because one of my friends found it on 4chan. He speaks energetically, responding almost before I'm done talking, moving his hands in an animated way as he continues to rant on. This is too strange. I had him pegged as relatively normal, but it's clear that I was wrong. And she surpasses 4chan. Something on your mind, dude? Just thinking about what it's like to be the last sane man in an insane world. Kenji frowns, looking deeply upset. You mean that's you? That can't be, because I'm the last sane man in an insane world. That is my dream. You can't just steal a man's dream. What the hell? There can't be two last sane men. It would invalidate the whole last part. The last part is kind of important. There can only be one, like in that foreign movie where there could only be one, and in the end there was only one dude left because that was the point. I've never seen anyone talk so heatedly and defensively about absolutely nothing before. Anyway, if you wait here, I can get my graphs. I also have a list of other dark and complex conspiracies that this school holds, tangled as... Quick, finish my analogy for me. Be a pal. I'm going to bed now. It's extremely late. That doesn't sound like an analogy, but whatever. It was though the team that actually assembled it mostly came on after 4chaners kicked the project off. Wow. Well, the studio is called 4Leaf, something like that. Like it's for something, so makes sense. Um, I like you. You seem like a cool dude. Most people don't understand what I'm talking about when I try to explain the vast feminist conspiracy to them. Denial's a terrible thing. Later. He claps me on the back and then vanishes into his room so quickly and quietly it's like he didn't even open the door, but instead walked right through it like a ghost. Yeah, Furley Studios, yeah. I don't know if I can fully digest what just happened, so I give up and just got to my room, kicking off my shoes before falling face first into bed. It takes me some time to relax and get up so I can get started on homework. It's because the sheets are so cool and comforting against my cheeks, and it feels good just lying here with my eyes closed. The school is like some kind of bizarre and surreal island. It's isolated on top of a mountain, and each person is stranger than the last. I just can't seem to fit in. What irony. No one would think that fitting in a place that's made for people who are unfit for anyone else would be easy. Maybe I'm trying too hard. Although I say that, it doesn't help take the edge off, and the words are left echoing off empty walls. I guess it's not as bad as I expected, though. This place really is more a school and less a hospital pretending it's a school than I thought it would be. If nothing else, the scenery is beautiful. I opened one eye, seeing the school books and bottles of pills arranged side by side on my desktop. Maybe this place is too much like normal school, after all. Angie meme. Yeah! That's exactly it. Ah. Love it. He was made for that meme. But I absolutely know some Kenjis in real life. I feel very tired this morning, probably because yesterday itself was a very tiring day. On top of that, I woke up far earlier than necessary. I'm ready for Best Girl Emmy. I'm ready for her. After saying hi to Shizune and Misha, I start doing the work as instructed from the board. It already looks like today is going to be heavy. I don't have a problem with that now, though. Shizune and Misha might jump on me, trying to get an answer about whether or not I've decided to join the student council, even if it's just one day. I wouldn't put it past them to try, and I don't have an answer for them if they do. So the situation is convenient for me. You might be ready for Emmy, but your heart isn't. My heart is never ready for her. Every round in this game hits me like a fucking sucker punch every time. I think I'm prepared and it's oof. All of the girls are Best Girl. All of them. We have decided that. Oh, my chat seems to be partial to Emmy, and I do love Emmy. Rin is great, Lily's great, Hanako's great, Shizune's great. There is no incorrect. Misha's even great. Oh, Best Girl debates in my chat. Hello, Kendrick Dirtmar, welcome. Oh, we are playing Katawa Shoujo. Oh, my model just waked up. About 10 minutes into class, Hanako walks in and takes a seat, but no one looks at her. The teacher doesn't even comment on her lateness. He does, however, stop us to say that we're going to break into groups again. I turn my head and see that Shizune and Misha are looking at me. Shizune gives me a smile that is equal parts cute and menacing. This is the smile that says, "We have you now. There is no escape." Michan, it looks like we're together again. Yay, yay! Misha leans sideways while Shizune pushes her desk chair closer to me. Mine. There really is no escape now unless I were to jump through the window. Jumping out the window isn't the best option, sadly. What's wrong, Hichan? Oh, Hichan, have you been thinking about what you said yesterday? You said that you would think about joining the student council, didn't you? It's okay, Hichan. We were talking about it after you left, and it would be rude to expect you to already have an answer for us this early, right? Right? It's really hard to read her dialogue out loud. Who's cuter, nurse or Muto? Librarian? Neither. You're asking the wrong person. Like, I'm a lesbian, so for me that's gonna be neither. If it's a guy, Misha looks like she would be so loud. She would be so loud. I can hear her. They did so good with her character design because she looks as bubbly as she acts. Did Raita design her, or did Raita just design all the girls? Hold on. bling. I'm a straight guy and I say nurse. It depends if you're more for like twink or dilf energy. It looks like Raita did not design Misha from these. And let's see, there's some additional, or not Misha, yeah. Made by girls, that's what I thought. I was just double checking. Nurse Lexi would be fun for one night, but Muto would have coffee ready for you in the morning. I feel like I had this exact same conversation with a friend recently about Jujutsu Kaisen. That was really funny. I don't want to talk about science all the time, though. Let me find my cursor. Here we go. All right. Out. There we go. Muto has that coworker broken by life vibes. I get it. Yeah, he looks like he's a bit, I don't know, dreary today. But on the other hand, the nurse, I don't like his vibes. He gives me like a little bit too like playful pot stirrer kind of thing. The squinty eyes are sus. Okay. I bet Nurse has great parties and Muto might throw a fancy dinner party if you're lucky. Nurse is too chill. Man, forget about like the actual routes in this game. Cute girls, no. We're talking about the dilfs. We're talking about the dudes. Who's the most dateable? The nurse or the science teacher? I'm so happy you two are able to have a laugh at my expense, and even more pleased to know that you both know how crazy the two of you can be. I've played this game 10 times over like 10 years. I need a new topic. Wow. I can come up with some new topics. Wait, have we seen the other teacher yet? No, we haven't. No, we've just seen the nurse, Muto, and the librarian so far. Now that that's over, Shizune snaps back into serious mode and smacks today's assignment with the back of her hand in an overly dramatic and important way. When I actually look at this stuff, it's mostly just reading. In fact, there are only two problems. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. I almost want to say something about how her rush to get started seems a bit much. Considering the small amount of work, in fact, Shizune probably knows how little there is and simply doesn't care. Yeah, it seems like the workload doesn't matter to her as much as the fact that there is work. The actual amount is unimportant. She approaches everything with the same level of ambition. While I'm reading, I let my eyes wander around the room and catch Hanako trying her hand at solving the problems. It looks like she's working alone. I can't remember seeing her working with other people before. Or do you choose to eat lunch, roof, or cafeteria? If I would absolutely choose roof. American schools don't have that, but every anime character eats lunch on the roof, and I would like to eat lunch on the roof. Sounds very fun. I can't remember seeing her working with other people before. I said earlier, I used to eat lunch in my English teacher's classroom in high school, and that was amazing. So nice. So peaceful. Roof like an anime boy. Yeah. Thinking back to how shy she is, it's understandable. Hey, that girl over there. Huh? Who, Hee-chan? Her, Hanako over there. Does she always work alone? I think so, Hee-chan. Do you feel sorry for her because she's alone? Most Japanese school rooftops are locked. Yeah. It's totally unrealistic, but it's still fun to think about. I was just thinking that maybe she could work with us or something. No, I don't think that would be a good idea, Hee-chan. Why not? Shi-chan wouldn't get along with her. Why? Misha shuffles around the question, letting out a sigh that sounds a laugh that sounds very strange. It's nervous, but still has that lilting up and down quality present in everything she does. Just because, Hee-chan. By now, Shizune has noticed our conversation, and it makes me realize again how Misha has been signing everything she's been saying this whole time. What, Shi-chan? The friend of my enemy is my enemy? That sounds harsh. I'm not going to say that. You said it anyway. I know, Hee-chan. It's fine if you overhear. I wonder if this is Misha's way of keeping things fair, since without her, I wouldn't be able to understand a thing Shizune is saying, and vice versa. Is that also why she signs all the time, so there is never a conversation Shizune will be left out of? You remember that girl with one hand? Summer's Clover is the full route from her perspective, written by Lily's route writer. Oh, interesting! I didn't even know that was a thing. Wow, that's really cool. I also remember you saying something about the spiritual successor being related to Doki Doki Literature Club, but I've never heard of that. I need to look into that because it sounds really interesting. Oh, cool. That's so neat. I did not know. More and more information you guys are feeding me. This is great. I was about to make a Pekora comment. I was about to say Misha's laugh has an up and down quality. Sounds like Pekora. Ah, Doki Doki Blue Skies. Yeah. I need to write that down so I don't forget. I really want to check that out. It sounds cool. Oh. Anyway. Anyway, we should start on the problems now, Hichan. I do remember the little rivalry things going on. Doki Doki was a really cool VN. We finished with the time to spare, and I decided to ask if there are any alternatives to the cafeteria, as frankly, food so far has been subpar. This sends Shizune and Misha arguing amongst themselves for their favorite restaurants. All of them are downtown, so I don't think we have the time to go all the way there. What about the bill? Are they arguing just for the fun of it? This is the least safe VN I think I've played. I don't think any of my favorites are Twitch compatible. This VN is just the most NSFW I've played. Aside from this, I've read parts of Stay Night. I played Saya no Uta. That one was interesting. I played it because I love Gen Urobochi from Madoka Magica, also Fate Zero, but Saya no Uta is something. Saya no Uta, yeah! If Saya were aged up, I'd hate it less. The fact that she's a child makes me uncomfortable, but everything about it besides that is so cool. The concept is amazing. I have such a love-hate relationship with Gen Urobuchi because I genuinely love everything the man writes, but all he writes is tragedy and angst. It just makes me suffer. I want to play Steins Gate VN. I'm also interested in playing that one. I don't think you could do that one on Twitch. No, I could not play that one on Twitch. No, I did that off Twitch. I did it when I learned of its existence, I played it in one sitting. Because I was like, oh, what's this? And then I started playing, and then I finished, and then I was like, that was an experience. Wow. I think I got the true ending, I want to say, in my first playthrough, completely blind, which I was very impressed with. But it was really, really interesting. Yeah, maybe they seem so distracted by it that they don't even notice the start of actual lunch break. I look over my shoulder towards the back of the classroom. She seems to be studying her notes from previous class. It's an odd sight. Everyone else in this class is busying themselves with lunch break. Socializing, gossiping, rearranging desks. Ones with actual boxed lunches mixing in and chattering like everyone else, only interrupted by short bouts of eating. But when I watch Hanako, it feels like that I'm the only person who can see her, almost as if she were invisible, sort of hiding in sight. Yeah, it's definitely it's the type of game that you don't want to stretch out. It's not it's not super long. YN6, thank you for the follow. But honestly, I like how short it is because as much as I wanted to see the concept, more of it, it was just it was really well paced, well written. It was really, really interesting. I loved it a lot. I've said this on stream before. I feel like I should say it again. But I am genuinely interested in playing Maggot Baits, and I hate the fact that I am, but I'm so curious. Could not play it on stream, but I want to know. I want to know. I know it's bad, but I want to know why people say, despite all the guru, it's really good. Every time I say that, I know I'm gonna regret it, but I do want to play Maggot Baits. I want to play it for the story. I heard that the story is good and has genuinely good romance, and also Carol is cute. Oh no, Maggot Baits. I know, trust me. Which VN was that with Guro Maggot Baits? It's by the same studio that did Euphoria, if you know about Euphoria. I'm not interested in Euphoria. I'm really not. I'm not into Guro, but every review I've read of Maggot Baits is that the Guro is horrible. It's like the worst they've ever seen, but underneath all that, you've got a really cool story, a really interesting world, really good character writing, and like one of the best romances they've ever seen. I've seen people say it's like Madoka Magica and Fate Stay Night, which are some of my favorite pieces of media of all time. I hate the fact that I want to play it. And I know if I play it, I'm going to regret it for like the rest of my life. I have seen the introduction scene, I've seen the MB, I've seen a lot of the CGs, so I know what I'm getting into. But God, I want to. Decide no Kaijutsu. I've heard of that one. I really like VNs, I just haven't played a ton of them. I need to fix that. Back to the current VN. Is she being bullied? Is she isolating herself from the rest of the class on her own accord? I see her look over her shoulder towards the classroom's rear door. Come to think of it, she hasn't turned a page since I started watching her. I guess she's waiting for someone. What to do? Oh, wait. This is a choice! I mean, it's probably wait for Shizune. Misha. Oh, good lord. I should have saved. I don't think it's that much of a difference. We'll see. Misha and Shizune are still arguing about the choice for lunch place, incomprehensible for a pair of high school students who have to take a taxi at least to make it downtown back in time. Man, what must it be like to live in a place where you can go outside of school to eat? In America, they don't let you off campus. When I lived in Spain however, I was there for a single month my senior year of high school. It was in the parking lot of an amusement park, and students would legit go to the amusement park for lunch every day. It was crazy. This is also an international school in Spain, and Spain has like 2-hour-long lunches. Most people would take a nap. Some people would go home, and then a good chunk of students would just go to Portaventura and ride the fucking rides because they had season pass. It was crazy. Rich international. I left after a month because they lied about being able to transfer my credits over. 2-hour lunches. Yes! Siesta! Siesta in Spain is so good. Okay, now I need to play Maggot Baits. Still supporting alone sells it on Shock Factor. Make sure you read reviews. I highly recommend Sid Snap's videos on it. It's really funny. If you do actually play it though, let me know how it goes. No spoilers, but like let me know how bad it is, because I want to know. What's the wording for Maggot Baits? I don't think I can say it on Twitch. Genuinely. My lunches were only like 25 minutes. Yeah, we also got 25-minute lunches in America. Google Maggot Baits with caution. Much caution. Like, do not be in a public space where no one can look over your shoulder. I'm sorry. This is like the 3rd time I mentioned it on stream. I always come back to Maggot Baits and Impreg. It just pops up every time. Alright. I'm sorry, Hee-chan. Were you waiting for us? The Manga Gamer blog post on it is also good. Yeah. You don't have any plans? Plans? For lunch? Well, I don't, so I thought I could hang with you guys. It's extensive and thorough, yes. Misha smiles victoriously at my lack of plans and excitedly translates my response to Shizune. If you don't have anything specific planned out, do you want to eat lunch with me and Shi-chan? We're going to go to town for lunch, though. Don't worry, Hee-chan, it's not that far. Sure, I'll come with you. And with that, we leave the classroom. Just around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with the force of a runaway train. Here we go! Finally. Opening my eyes, I see a pair of saucer-like green eyes looking at me. They belong to the perpetrator, a short girl who bumped into me and has now fallen down onto the hallway floor. It's that girl. I love this meeting, literally running into him. It's so cute. She wears a PE uniform and a very worried frown. The former strikes me as a rather strange thing to have on during a lunch break. More striking than that, though, is that she doesn't have legs. Or she does, but they are not flesh and bone. Her pale and very much flesh and bone thighs end in shins and feet made of some black metallic plastic-like material. I confess I started to play this game because of a meme with her. They look disturbingly artificial and unnatural. It almost makes me forget that my chest is hurting. The girl winces a little, rubs her nose, and jumps up. Aw man, hey, are you alright? Sorry about that, really. I wasn't looking where I was going and you just came out of nowhere. Sorry. She's looking really apologetic in the herdy puppy way of looking apologetic. The lemons meme. I don't know any of the memes for this game. Ah, the lemons meme is classic. I'm googling this right now. Oh my god, there's many. So many. I'm remembering things now. Give me chocolate, he said. Do not Google. Bold of you to assume I won't Google it immediately. A staple of my streams is Googling things I shouldn't on stream and live reacting for everyone's entertainment. I had a feeling that I knew what this joke was gonna be. Oh, a lot of the links are down. Let's see if I can actually find the one that's working. Nope. Well, I can Google that later. That I have it pulled up in a tab. I quickly forget about being angry or anything since her puppies are my weak spot. It's okay, don't worry about it. Ouch. I see that, but there's a stinging pain growing in my chest, and I know that this is about the biggest possible danger for my condition. Don't overexert yourself, don't forget your medication, and most of all, don't get hit in the chest. Yeah. I saw. I try to rub my solar plexus to ease the pain away, holding my breath in an attempt to hear my heartbeat. It seems normal. Hey, should I get a nurse? The worried, high-pitched voice of the girl snaps me out of it. I stare at her for a few seconds, dumbfounded, until I realize that I probably looked worse off than I really was, doubled over myself and looking all tense. Damn, I'm overly worried about my heart. No, I'm fine. Managing to say something in response, I pull myself upright, feeling my sore ribs one last time, and take a deep breath. She just knocked the wind out of me, big time, but it's nothing more than that. You're sure you're okay? I hit you pretty hard. It's okay, I said I was fine, and nothing's broken. No harm done. That's good. I feel a hand on my shoulder. At the same time, this girl's eyes widen in horror, and whatever she was saying gets interrupted by a very horrified, "Hello, mouse, work with me." There we go. It was not responding to my clicks. Sorry. Eep. I don't have time to look behind me because Shizune is already shoving me aside and stomping over to the girl, signing furiously at her. Miss Ibarazaki, I saw that. Running in the halls is strictly forbidden. Misha translates right on Shizune's tail, but her voice is girlishly playful and not full of the divine fury of Shizune's arm movements that would seem to call for. Sorry, I was just going to get some stuff and I was kind of in a hurry. You've been told this 1,000 times before. Your reckless behavior endangers other students, and even worse, it's explicitly against the school's regulations. The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously, a little like a child caught misbehaving. It's so cute, I find myself smiling. Good man, Hisao. I know that I was just... Make sure that this will not happen again, although I'm sure telling you this is futile and only causes me further headache when you choose to ignore the regulations. Got that, Emmy? The small girl sticks her tongue out in response. She should have an actual tongue out face. Teacher will have my head. I promised to help with the pronouns, but I went running instead. Sorry, but I've got to change everything. Before Misha, Shizune, or I could say anything, she's already bolted from where she was a second ago, almost halfway towards the stairwell. Shizune looks like she's about to go nuclear on the spot, so I smile at her in a vain attempt to calm her down. Are you okay, Hichan? That Ibarazaki girl is always like that, causing trouble to others. You know, I'm pretty certain Shizune wouldn't call me Hichan. Never mind, never mind. Yeah, anyways, I'm okay. I just got the wind knocked out of me. That's great, Hichan. I wouldn't call that great, but I let it slide this one time. So let's hurry, Hichan, to have lunch. We'll promise it'll be great. I'll take your word for it. What kind of place is it? A restaurant or something? It's a tea house, Hichan. Tea house. That sounds kind of fancy. Why were you looking at your wallet, Hichan? It's okay if you don't have any money. We'll cover for you. That's really nice of you. Thanks. Music that's about to play is a bop. We'll see if I remember it. It's okay, Hichan. After all, we're friends, right? It's only been 3 days. Are we really friends that quick? But hearing that makes me happy. It's only for today, though, and only if you accept right now. Do you want to go, Hichan? I start wondering if this is some kind of trap. Is this Misha's suggestion or Shizune's? This is important. I'm still a little apprehensive about the possible motives of a girl whose favorite pastime in the game is the world of domination. Katawa Crash. Yes. No, I'm just being paranoid. Actually, they have grown on me already, and I do have to go to town sometimes, so why not now with them? I've never actually been to a tea house before. All my expectations are from what I've seen about them on TV. Those are just period dramas, and these are modern times. It might be just a regular cafe, and they're just calling it a tea house. Either way, I'm curious about that too, so there's another reason for me to join them. Time waster back in the day? What is Katawa Crash? That's great, Hichan. That's great. Yay. Misha hops up and down briefly to show how happy she is, which causes a few heads to turn towards us. Shizune opts for a polite, tiny clap that lasts for all of 2 seconds before she goes back to looking stoic as usual. Would it kill you to be a little happier, Shizune? Oh, I wasn't aware that Hichan was a king. Shizune pushes her glasses up as Misha delivers her message totally without sarcasm. I guess it would sting more if she could say it with the intent Shizune meant behind it, so for once I'm happy to have Misha as a barrier between us. I'm not telling you to jump for joy because I'm having lunch with you. I'm not that arrogant. She seems to accept this and we head for town, with Shizune leading the way. Watching her walk in front of me, I noticed the way she walks very quickly, taking long, heavy, determined strides. Maybe if we were traveling through a snowstorm, it would make sense to walk like that, but it's a perfectly clear day. Anyway, it's making me feel exhausted just watching her. We arrive at the tea house and what Misha says is record time, likely because of Shizune's blaze face. I feel a little let down seeing that it's not a huge feudal era building with mats on the floor and women in kimonos pouring tea. Unlimited drill works! That's a joke that I can get. That's really funny. It's actually more like a cafe as I thought. Not that it's a bad thing. It looks very nice. As soon as I walk through the door, someone zooms in front of us as if they had been lying in wait the entire time. I thought I remembered the librarian with another little outfit. I thought I remembered this. Welcome. Thank you for patronizing this establishment. The top half of her body drops forward in a little bow that looks like an axe chopping through wood. She is so cute. I'm surprised to see it's none other than Yuko, the librarian. Real talk, how did you not get her out? I have the same question. Hey, I didn't know you worked here. Oh, yes, I do. I'm a waitress. I've been working here for 1 year, 6 months, and 2 weeks now. Thank you for choosing to come here. Anything I can do for you? I love the theory that she was Kenji's ex? Isn't she an adult? Like, I would venture to say that she's out of Kenji's league, but that sounds like a very interesting theory. She's not disabled, it's prerequisite to get with Hisao. Possibly. There was something that was in the game, in the beta! Oh! Oh, more beta. I'm gonna have to go read about the beta. I'm very curious now. Hi, Yu-chan. Good lord. Pseudo roads. Dang! Wow! Misha, you both know her too? Of course, He-chan. Yu-chan works in the library after all. I don't go there often myself, but She-chan knows her, and we both come here a lot. So it's like we see her all the time. Yes, should I get you your usuals? And if there's anything you would want, please feel free to tell me at any time. You don't have to be so formal, we all know each other. Also pretty empty today, so she can afford to take it easy. I was hoping she would stop looking so nervous, though my words have the opposite effect. No, I'm a waitress, this is my job. I have to do it properly. Beta does not handle this its subject matters gracefully. It's a finished project, fair warning. I'm used to it, I can take it. But thanks for the heads up anyway. Okay, that works for She-chan. Yu-chan, please get She-chan what she usually gets, and I'll have some green tea with milk and honey. The beta tries. No pressure. God, the beta. I didn't even know there was a beta. I have so many things to look into tonight when I'm done. Yes, but this is my job, and there's always pressure. I'm sorry, I'm arguing with the customer, sorry. Yuko takes another 100-mile-per-hour bow. I decide to give up and join Shizune and Misha at the table. Insensitive is the word to describe the— now I have to check it out. I'm very curious. As soon as I sit down, Yuko comes by looking even more upset than before. I'm sorry, I'm really, really sorry I forgot to take your order. I am not attentive to customers, that's not right. I'm sorry. If there's anything I can do to make up for it, please tell me. Tragically insensitive? I don't think you can turn AF agents in the beta, that would be an issue. I'll look into it before I think about streaming it. This is such a cute CG. I love it. Shizune's round is just horrible. Oh boy. It's okay, Yu-chan. He-chan didn't order anything, so it's not your fault. Don't be upset. It's true, I guess I should order now, but I don't really know what this place serves. There doesn't seem to be a menu. Yeah, she's right. I'll have some coffee and a sandwich if you have one. Whichever sandwich you think is the best tasting one here, because Shizune is paying for my meal. Same for Hanako. Oh no, Hanako! Poor girl. Shizune frowns and gives me alternating looks of surprise, indignation, bemusement, and bemusement, unable to decide between the three. I don't think you could stream the beta. Probably not. That's okay. Just play my free time and yell about it on Twitter. I do that a lot. You should see the rant I went on about Fior from Fate Apocrypha. Wow. Hee-chan, just how much money do you have in your wallet? It can't be that little, right? Right? We should split the cost 3 ways to make it fair. Yeah, I won't accept anything else. The beta does fill out Misha a bit more though. Oh, interesting. I think that Rin was the one that didn't change too much. Or is it? Misha turns to Yuko. Yu-chan, Shishin says she wants 3 of whatever is the most expensive item on the menu. No. Just kidding, Yu-chan. Okay, I think turkey sandwich is the most delicious sandwich, and it comes with the free soup. A good employee would try to recommend an item that there is the most of, though, or the most expensive item. I patted my jaw. The beta is infamous mostly because of Hanako Shizune's route. You can still see that Hanako's route was cut really short. Oh, that's sad. Huh. Fans are just like that sometimes. I feel like this music right here is also like really loud compared to the rest of it. I cannot wait to see the differences between the beta and the final version now. Wow. No, that sounds good. I'll have that. And some coffee. Okay. He comes back a few minutes later with our drinks and my sandwich. Shizune seems to be fine with just her tea, while Misha also ordered a parfait. I don't know why, because I can't imagine many other things that would go worse with tea. Oh well, I take a bite of my sandwich. It's very good. Parfait and tea does not sound good. I'm sorry? The Misha beta has Misha in a Bush Cheney 2004 shirt, and I believe Shizune has stopped since the research underwear? Oh my god. I am learning so much. Does the Bush Cheney shirt make it to the full game? Oh my god. That's crazy. Oh, wow. Wow. I can't wait to see it. I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Ah. To describe the Shizune beta route, I would use the phrase pain, tears, and wailing. I'm gonna go refill my water bottle real quick. I'll be gone for like a second. Okay, hi. The wonders of a small apartment. There's a lot of art on it. Oh! I will look into it and then make a decision if it's worth risking on Twitch. Bush Cheney's. Oh, I genuinely cannot wait to see the Bush Cheney shirt. I've had people tell me they prefer the beta. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Oh, there's beta versions of the music too. People prefer the Shizune beta route because it's more emotionally painful. I haven't even played like the normal Shizune route, so I have no idea what the context is, but I am even more curious now. According to the project lead, the negative reaction to the bad parts of the beta massively shaped the course of the game. Wow. Oh, people hate Hanako. Makes me sad. She just has anxiety. Real people have anxiety. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I mean, it sucks that they had to fuck up so badly to end up with a good end product, but at least we did end up with a good end product. Game development is just like that sometimes. Wow, I have so much Googling and searching and reading to do out of the stream. So many things I didn't even know there was a beta. Wow. It gave me a gag reflex. Wow. Oh, there's like a devlog type thing? Interesting. The more you know. Didn't help that the beta was leaked and someone got kicked from the project for it. Wow. Damn. Well, I mean, I guess it's a good reason it was leaked in hindsight, but that does suck a lot. Interview, yeah. That's neat. Well. Oh, neat. I'm gonna have that open in another tab. Oh, cool. Yeah, for these aren't happy with the beta leak. Imagine. I don't think anyone's happy when their game is leaked, but now fascinating. Cool. Internet history. I need to get back to the game. That was an interesting diversion. You guys know so— oh, there goes my bottle. You guys know so much. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Okay. Where were we? Hee-chan, have you thought about joining the student council? Huh? Don't talk with your mouth full, Hee-chan. I washed my food down with a sip of coffee, which is also surprisingly good. But now's not the time to remark on how this place has good food. Step back to reality, Beta! Hanako and Shizune can't hurt you. I'll keep that in mind when I check it out. You said you understood it was too early to expect me to make a decision quickly. That was like 3 hours ago. Spoiler. Oh gosh. A man should be decisive, Hee-chan. You really should join the student council, Hee-chan. Come on, it'll be fun. People always say, come on, it'll be fun, about things that are never, ever fun. Don't you believe me, Hee-chan? Is it Shizune saying that, or Misha? What a cute expression, but the effect is somewhat jarring, like she has split personalities. Hee-chan, that's depressing. We just want to spend time with you. That's right, Shi-chan. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yep, this is beneficial to everyone. It solves our problems. Yeah, I also thought Hee-chan would appreciate it. That makes me sad. Suddenly I feel really left out. It's rude to talk about someone without letting them in on the conversation. Drillworks Unlimited! Shizune adjusts her glasses, laughing to herself. Oh, but that's true, Hichan. You would be, and you would be helping us out. Membership has been really low this year. How low? Ah, that's the secret, Hichan. Now I want to know, how low is it? How low is low? Ah ha ha ha. 5? Lower? Well, 0? What was the name of the tea Shizune drinks that takes a lot of work to obtain because of how rare it is? Ooh. Interesting question. I don't know really anything about rare tea. Hichan, that isn't important. What matters is that the number is low, and that's why we would appreciate you giving us a hand, especially with the festival coming up so soon. And it looking to be busier year ahead in general. A drill sergeant? So you're not going to answer my question? No. I sigh and straighten up in my chair, trying to look as defiant as possible because this seems like a big issue and I do not want to let it go that easily. I feel silly, like a blowfish. Fine, at least tell me this. How many people are in the student council total? Well, Hichan, we're definitely undermanned, but we have enough members to get the job done. Yep. Not just this 2 of you, is it? Hichan, that's funny. But it's definitely not just us. Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure? Yep. I stare at them both, trying to see if they will slip up and confirm my worst fears. Misha frowns, looking uncomfortable, but that is probably because I'm staring at her. Shizune, on the other hand, returns my gaze with one of her own. Maybe she is challenging me, peering at me over the rims of her glasses like that. So teasing and surprisingly immature, like a little girl beckoning someone to play with her. Hichan, your 2 cute student council representatives have been trying to make you feel welcome and are even treating you to lunch. You should show your gratitude by joining the council so you can at least help them out. Yeah, it would be great if you could just file some papers for us, and the festival is coming up. We have to build some stalls for the games and food, just a few, so if you were there, it would help be a lot easier for us. Please, Hichan? What an interesting good cop, bad cop routine. I'll give it a shot. Why not? Just a shot. Okay, I'll give it a trial run. Doesn't mean I'm joining or anything definite, just that I'll help out a little and then I'll see. And this makes us even for lunch, and I'm not doing this because I want to. I finished off the last of my sandwich, and this makes Misha notice for the first time in a while that she has a parfait. She starts digging in, much to Shizune's chagrin, because I can tell from the way she plays with her fingers that she had a lot to say. Every time I look at Shizune, she looks back with such focus and intensity. This time is no exception. Her face is expressionless, maybe she is thinking. Eventually, it gives way to a smile. She signs something and obviously I can't understand it at all. She has to know that. Then she does it again, a childish playfulness showing through in the speed and energy of her gestures. Misha, what did she say? Misha looks up from her parfait, torn between wanting to help out and going back to her eating. What does this mean? I try my best to make the same movements with my hands that Shizune did. I come to realize quickly that this isn't very easy. Imagine doing this all day as your only means of communication. Oh, there's an unlimited flip. I'm clicking that and opening it in a new tab. Thank you for that. Sorry, Shichan. I can't tell you. Why not? Is it an insult? No, Hichan, I can't tell you because it means something nice. Something nice, huh? Well, they've gone back to their tea and food, so I guess this conversation is over for now. I don't really understand it, but this makes me wish that I could. Maybe I could even try to learn sign language. The school might have some courses for it. There we go. This is still the common route, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't think we've gotten to the branch yet. Yeah. It's coming up. I'm not quite sure when I'll call it quits. Maybe when I break in for Emmy's route. Or at the end of Act 1. We'll try to get to the end of Act 1. Possibly. We'll see. I don't really understand, but this makes me wish that I could. Maybe I just read that. Sign language. Yeah. When I really do that, I think about it as I finish the rest of my coffee. I wonder why I'd even be motivated to think about that. I'm enjoying myself so much that I don't even notice that we were supposed to be back in class 10 minutes ago. Even if I were to start heading back to school right now, it would take at least 30 minutes, maybe. I couldn't risk running fast with my condition, so it would take at least that long to get there. Well, 10 minutes late, already as I am, it wouldn't matter even if I could teleport. We're about halfway through Act 1. I don't know how far we are, but I want to say like the festival's the end of Act 1. I don't know. I'm not as familiar with this game as you guys are. Something wrong, Ki-chan? I just realized lunch break ended 10 minutes ago. It's only my third day and I'm already going to miss class. Yep, you're already late. Hey, that's not funny. So are you. And are you two in the student council? You're setting a bad example. Ki-chan is so moral. But Ki-chan is right, he is late for class. And it looks like you're cutting too, Ki-chan, because you're not making an effort to go. As your student council representatives, we're going to have to do something about this and make sure you're punished for it. But you two dragged me out here. This is all your fault. Take responsibility. Ki-chan, we were just taking a prospective student council member out to try and recruit him. It's business. But you're not a member of the council, so there's no excuse. Yes, there is. That prospective student council member is clearly me. Yes, are you going to join the student council, Ki-chan? Shizune raises her teacup haughtily and wags her outstretched pinky finger up and down. Ki-chan, if only you were a member of the student council, but you can still join now, Ki-chan. If you join now, you won't be in any trouble at all and we'll be able to take more nice excursions like this all the time. It'll be fun. I start to think that maybe this was all an elaborate setup leading to this moment. Maybe Shizune lured me out here, banking on the possibility that I'd lose track of time and be forced into this situation. Diabolical. Well, considering what I know of her, I should have been more on my guard, but to admit that I got myself into this even slightly would be unforgivable. Try to read Shizune's intentions in her eyes, but she just returns my stare blankly. Innocently, she takes a sip of tea like she is mocking me. You want scripts from the beta routes? I'll share them. Oh, interesting. I'm definitely interested. Mikoko, hi, thank you for the redeem. My dog is... Yes, her name is Zelda. She's currently asleep, but I will give her some treats when she wakes up. She's a good girl. A little bit of a brat sometimes, but a good girl. Accept it. By the way, Hee-chan, I didn't plan this at all. Things just happened to work out this way. I was almost about to drop my theory of paranoia, but this puts a new spin on things. I almost fall over and all. So it really was an elaborate setup from the very beginning, all just to burn me and force me to join the student council. You look so nervous, Hee-chan. Did you really think we were tricking you this whole time? You're not? Hee-chan, you really thought... Misha frowns, looking heartbroken. Shizune quickly frowns as well, following her lead. How synchronized. Two of a perfect pair. Must be twins. Chi-chan says she's flattered Hee-chan, but doing that kind of thing would be a grossly inappropriate abuse of power and imposing your free will. And it would be blackmail too. Chi-chan would never do anything like that. Never. I think about asking Misha, are you sure, but resisting the urge to. Anyway, Hee-chan, what Shi-chan said is true. Since you're with us, we're doing a student council work, and it's okay if we miss a class or two. No, not that this is a good excuse to do so. Or that one should be used more than 3 times a month. Or something that can or should be abused. So, we must definitely return to class. Eventually. Shizune waves Yuko over and points to her empty teacup, indicating that she wants another one, as Misha scrambles to finish her parfait so she can order something else. Maybe I should as well. I am so hungry, and the portions here are little on the small side. Most importantly, Shizune is paying for everything. With that in mind, ask Yuko for another sandwich. By the time we leave the tea shop, I've missed not just 1 class, but 2. Shizune and Misha seem content to let the whole day pass by, stalling for even more time by suggesting a tour of the town that turns out to cover a 2-block radius from where we start. Eventually, we do go back to school, and the rest of the day is business as usual. When classes are over, Shizune and Misha pack their bags and leave the room before me. Think of it, this is the first time they've left me alone. It's strange. I almost missed them. Room empties quickly, and I'm the last one out the door. When I try leaving the lobby, however, an arm lowers itself in front of me like a toll bridge gate, stopping me in my tracks. Oh, hi, Shizune. A pair of hands from behind cover my eyes, followed by a sharp burst of laughter. Hi, Hichan, guess who? Misha asks the question completely without sarcasm, meaning she doesn't think that I instantly knew it was her, for many obvious reasons. I wonder who it could be. Well, it's definitely not Misha. Ha ha ha, it is. Misha swings around to stand in front of me beside Shizune. Hichan, are you busy right now? Busy going to my room? Yeah, see you two tomorrow. I try to make a break for it, but Shizune is too agile to get past. As someone who used to play soccer, this is embarrassing. Not to mention that this behavior is drawing some odd looks. I should just quit while I'm ahead. Ooh, what are people's favorite music tracks? I'm gonna have to listen to the OST all the way through several times before I figure out which is my favorite. But all of it's just really good. Hichan, could you please go upstairs and get a few things for us from the art room? Oh, we finally get to meet Ren. Why me? Shichan thinks that if the art teacher sees us, he will say hi and she doesn't like him. Ignore him. She tried, but even though Shichan is deaf, he'll try to say hi anyway. Run away? I never run. A tone of finality so strong that I can pick up even through Misha. I can see there is no pursuing this further with Shizune. Misha, why can't you get to them? Stairs make me dizzy, Hichan. Crazy. Shizune nods as if to confirm it. Please, Hichan, we need these things to build dolls for the festival, and you said you would help us with the festival, right? I don't know the titles to any of these songs. I'm definitely gonna have to check all that out too. I really shouldn't, but I guess just this once would be alright. Okay. That's great, Hichan. Thank you. What we need. She holds out a piece of paper for me to take. I'm sure this post was made by Shizune. It's handwritten, but each letter is perfectly formed and uniform as if it were typed. Not just that, but it's exhaustively detailed, complete with numbers, bullet points, and even little checkboxes. What it boils down to is that she wants paintbrushes, poster board, and an easel. Just different types and specific numbers of each. I wonder how I'm going to carry all of this stuff down the stairs without breaking my neck. The classroom closest to ours are designated belonging to classes 3-1, 3-2 on our right, and 3-4 on the left side, each door looking exactly the same. A lot of people speculate Misha's disability has something to do with her inner ear. Interesting. I was wondering, like, is she just a random translator, or does she happen to know, is she, like, a disabled student, or is she just, like, a translator in there? Because I don't think it's ever mentioned. I don't know. Space Jam parody mashup. Huh. So many things to learn. She isn't disabled. I always thought that Misha wasn't, but I could be wrong. Further down the corridor, still with identical doors, are rooms that I didn't think were used for classes. I guess the art room is not a classroom as such. I carefully push open the furthest door and peek in. It's a classroom, but it seems rather badly kept or not in use. Am I in the right place? This is exactly what my college art classrooms looked like. Like, exactly. The college studios. Except we didn't have built-in little, like, tables like this. We had, like, they were about half the size. They were on little rollers. And there were not enough drawers for students. So it was always a fight to the death in the beginning of the semester over who got one. But because I was the lone cripple, I always got one. Because these are like super duper high. It comes up to like my chest or like my nose level when I'm in my wheelchair. So I always got my special little desk, and I always got a little roller thingy because of course the disabled girl gets first pick. So that was always nice. Misha wants to be a translator, so it makes sense for her to go to Yamaku, but she does have the signs of some mental issues. Yeah, interesting. Okay, yeah, I know. In like deaf universities, there's a deaf school here, and most people who go are hard of hearing, but sometimes interpreters can go, like if they're really good at sign. Oh, art school days. Desks and chairs are all around the room. A thin layer of dust settled on them. There are some easels in the corner, so at least this looks like the right place. The room is flushed in sunlight from the big windows, shadows creeping all over the desk. Specks of dust are dancing in the stagnant air, making the beams of light almost visible. Jokingly, I call into the empty room. Anybody help? Somebody catches my eye and I stop mid-sentence. Here she is! Sitting on a desk is a short-haired girl, curiously wearing a boy's uniform, with a fork between her toes, a morsel of food stuck firmly on the end. I actually found a TikTok account of someone who doesn't have arms, and she acts like the way she does everything is exactly like Rin. I literally found her like 3 days ago, and it was just so, when I saw her, I was like, oh! That's what Rin does in Katawa Shoujo. They really did their research, because that's really how some people who don't have arms just go about their life. Common speculations also include ADHD and autism. ADHD would make sense. I don't know. As an autistic person myself, I would absolutely not peg Misha for having autism. It's just very much not. I don't see it. I mean, it's possible not all of us are the same. But I don't know. ADHD, yes. Autism, I don't know. This odd way of dining seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands, but her presence here is what makes me take back even more. Ryan, thank you for the sub! Welcome, welcome. She canonically clumsy? No? I wouldn't say Misha is clumsy. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I haven't gotten to Shizune's route, but it totally makes sense if they talk about it more in that route. As a haver of both those, I could see ADHD part of things, but I agree with hyper on the autism. Yeah. How did I miss her before? She's sitting in a corner very still, but I still somehow took her as part of the furnishing or statue at first glance. I'm not being too observant today as a whole. The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with her huge eyes like a rabbit in headlights. She's staring at me, her mouth wide open, ready to accept the fork. I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remembering I didn't finish my sentence and trying to think if I should. Weird stalemate keeps us both stunned into silence, punctuated only by the wall clock ticking rhythmically. Hello. Out of curiosity, which of the roads I didn't play? I know I played Emmy's and Lily's. I was working on Rin's. I know for sure I didn't do Shizune and Hanako. From what I remember. Apparently people with hearing problems and when you have a hard time balancing, thus the theory that she's slightly deaf. Some people do who, not all ear problems result in that, only certain ones cause balance issues, but yeah, that does make sense. I know Meniere's causes dizziness and stuff like that. There's a million different things that can cause clumsiness. Even like some people with just autism do have difficulties like with their surroundings, and so they get like clumsy, and that's just because their brain can't process things. I absolutely had that issue when I was younger. I was constantly bumping into things and tripping over everything. Still happens. It's just a little different, but not fun. But yeah, I never knew if Misha was disabled or not. I was just kind of like, maybe it'll be explained, and then I never played Shizune's route. Because it just never happened. But I guess we will see, because I'm gonna get to all of them. Eventually. Hopefully. The girl stuffs the forkful in her mouth and is now staring at me expectantly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. The beige Shizune route that's explained. Hello. I was told to pick up some supplies from here for some festival stalls, I think. I didn't think that there would be someone in here. There isn't, that's why I came here too. She picks up another forkful. Doesn't that mean you're here then? She raises her eyebrows as if she was suspecting my observation was false. You are pretty observant, I guess it does, but who are you? This girl's pretty straightforward, isn't she? Yeah. I'm Nakai Hiso. Nakai. I just transferred in on Monday. I'm Rin. Tezuka Rin. Rin Tezuka. I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now. That's very nice. Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. It kind of bothers me. Joking about these matters doesn't feel appropriate at all. You'll get used to it, dude. We all have the most fucked up sense of humor. I literally gave my VTuber robot legs and a missing head because I wish I had robot legs. Oh. Well, I'm trying to figure what's appropriate and whether this girl is. She seems to have lost interest in me and is now gazing yearningly back at her food. Can I continue my lunch? If you don't mind me. I won't mind you. If you need to get your stuff, the supplies are at the back. Go right ahead, but lunch? School's already over for the day. What word would you use then? There is no word for meal you eat after lunch, but before dinner, right? Bothers me very much too, but I don't really know what I should say it. I love Rin, Rin is baby. What is the Hobbit? There's the Hobbit word for what's after lunch and before dinner. I'm gonna say is it supper? Or supper after dinner? There is a Hobbit word for it. Bag of Baits is installed, uncensored version of course. Captain Seraph, Godspeed. Her last name Tezuka has to be a reference to Astro Boy. Second breakfast, second breakfast. Thank you. I love the Hobbits. Tea. We got a bunch of different answers here. Oh boy, it's fine. I don't think you're supposed to eat a meal between lunch and dinner to begin with. I mean, I think you should. You can do whatever you want. But I'm hungry now and my delicious box lunch would go to waste otherwise. I have Korean, it's very delicious. I originally played the game in Spanish. The dialogue changes because there is a word for it in Spanish. Yeah! Humans wouldn't know about second breakfast anyway. Maybe Ren is secretly a hobbit. With much decisiveness, Ren once again picks up the fork between her toes, and with at least as much impoliteness, she points it straight at me. There we go. Breakfast 7 a.m, second breakfast 9 a.m, 11 C's, 11 a.m, luncheon 1 p.m, afternoon tea 3 p.m, dinner 6 p.m, supper 9 p.m. Thank you for that. There we go. She's talking about afternoon tea. So Nakai, what brings you to this place? Like I said, I was told to look for these things. No, the school. From outside you look fine. Is your problem inside? Oh, I forget how blunt she is. I love it. I come to a full stop, opening my mouth, but not getting the word out. I can guess. I'm good at guessing. Better than most people. Rin cuts me off before I can answer her question or skirt around it somehow. I don't know which I would have done. I froze in front of this issue again. I haven't even told anyone here about my condition, or maybe it's because it hasn't really come up. I do get the feeling that not making issues of this is a part of the social code here, as the teacher said. I wonder if the people here could relate. Probably not any better than any normal person could. I can't relate to Shuzune's circumstances, or Lily's either. Naturally, while I go through this in my head, Ren keeps considering what my condition could be, with an overly contemplative look on her face. She puts her fork between her lips and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer is written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face from the window side, creating a mask of dark shadow on the other side. I don't think it's anything in your head. Something in your guts would be boringly ordinary, like this lunch of mine. And less delicious. The problem must be in your pants. I wanted to say she made a dick joke. This messed up Sherlock Holmes kind of statement, and the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with catch. It's me completely off guard. I think I might have reeled back even physically as Rin's eyes widened in revelation and astonishment. So I was right. There's something wrong with your tackle, isn't there? Still partially in shock, but recognizing the need to reply something, I spat out the first thing I could think of. No, it's something like that. I have a heart problem. Arrhythmia. I said it. Well, like, blurted it out, but I said it. The girl in front of me purses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed. How boring. Trouble in the pants would have been much more scandalous. What's with this reaction? I'm sorry to let you down. I forgive you, I collect people and a person with, you know, that kind of problem would have been really great. Collect people? People with different problems. Ah, so you, like, go around asking people what's wrong with them? Pretty much. I see. With a little left to say, Rin resumes her lunch and the conversation dies away, but I keep thinking about what was said. It's the first time I told anyone else about my condition. All the other people have either known about it already or heard about it from someone else. Or I didn't need to know about it like every other student here so far. Should I have told it as a natural part of introductions instead expected of me? Hi, I'm Hisao, and I have a very serious heart condition. Is that how I'm supposed to go around introducing myself from now on? As if our disabilities would define us. What a disgusting thought. 1 minute in dialogue is already off that. Wow. I am... I'm gonna regret installing that game. I'm gonna regret ever considering playing it. I know it the second I start it. Not excited. Look, I'm gonna get through Katawa Shoujo first and then I'll consider Mega Man. Rin is baby. Rin is baby. Or maybe this Tezuka girl just has a natural interest in such thing. In my head, I always imagined Rin had the same voice as Mei from Avatar. It's like, oh yeah, Magamates does have voice acting. That's one thing I know about it. The walk to the back of the room to pick up items on Misha's list, a chance opens to study Rin from the corner of my eye. Her hair is burnt auburn, almost orange, and cropped short. Long hair would probably be impossible with no arms. The boy's uniform and the lack of arms make her look very thin, almost scrawny. She's not particularly pretty except for her murky green eyes, which flicker restless from below her short bangs, even when she eats. The distance and the shadow make it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorbs all of it within them like deep wells. She moves her feet almost as deftly as a normal person would use their arms. However, I can see how this sight could discomfort people, especially while eating. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, at least. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural, but it's too late now, isn't it? I keep searching the cabins and shelves for each of things, but after enough time passes, the silence grows too uncomfortable. I try to force some conversation out of this strange girl. So, do you always eat alone like this, or do you go to get the occasional visitor? Visitors, maybe you are my first occasional visitor, but I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes I eat with a certain person on the roof. She's not horsing around. Horsing? She likes to do sports. Oh. That's all I can think of to say. I swear if there was a Katawa Shoujo dubbing project, I don't think it made it past Act 1. Interesting! A dubbing project probably would have been hard if it wasn't initially baked into the game development, though, I'd imagine. And that's all I can think of to say. Both of us fell silent again as Rin forced the last bit of her meal into her mouth. I look down at my haul and double check it with Misha's list. It seems I have everything except plywood. So I think I have all the things now. That's very nice for you. Don't feel obliged to stay. I was about to take a nap anyway. You need to do whatever you're going to do with that stuff anyway, right? Or perhaps you like to watch girls sleeping. I love her. She's so funny. I'm not sure what to make of this, but Rin looks serious. Even if I did, I think I'd have to be going. I'll catch you around, Tezuka. You can call me Rin. I feel that our relationship is at this point good enough to warrant this much. I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Fine then, I'm Hisao. Then you are. Rin looks at me hard in the eyes, but with that intimidating feeling you get when someone stares at you isn't there. It's like she's actually not looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times and I can't figure out why a pause like this just popped between us out of nowhere. See you later, Kisao. There's something like a tiny smile there in her face, maybe. I quietly back out of the room. As I shut the door in front of my face, I whisper to myself, what an intriguing person. From inside, I hear a muffled, sing-song voice. I heard that. What did she hear? I jump at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approaching despite the completely empty hallway. Somehow she had gotten to jumping distances me without making a sound. Creepy. It briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theory about global feminist conspiracy, but I pushed that thought aside. A good crisis game is yeah. That's it's early. I had a feeling it would be like right from the get-go, considering the game. Shizune sitting slightly behind Misha looks aloof as she can. She couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited. No, wait, more importantly, who is in there? There's no club meeting today. 0 to 100? Oh boy. She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. What are you doing here? You took so long that we had to come and check what was wrong. That's no good, Hee-chan. She wags her fingers at me scoldingly. I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you were tardy. Sorry, I got the things here. I was just going to bring them. I think you were up to some mischief, Hee-chan. Who was in there with you, I wonder? Misha signed something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her own ear a couple of times. Shizune immediately pushes her way past me and opens the door into the classroom I just left. I can only imagine the shock she's experiencing. With Shizune's diligence and attitude, the insolence of daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it must be too much to bear. Indeed, she stares at Ren, frozen in place apart from the slight but noticeable trembling of her shoulders from suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizune just takes a few deep breaths, adjusts her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning to side furiously at Misha. Maybe she did blow up. I just can't understand it. She shoots a very loaded stare at me too, as if it was somehow my fault that Rin is sleeping on one of the tables. I hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason of my tardiness. Hello. Rin's voice comes from the other side of the door, and it takes a few eye blinks to realize that she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rin directly behind it, looking at us with half-interested, half-sleepy face. Door sound effect. Yeah, it is very clean and loud. It does not sound like it came from the game. Miss Tezuka, what do you think you're doing? You absolutely are not permitted to use school property for such a disgraceful activity. It sure is suddenly very crowded in here. I didn't know I was this popular. It's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy about this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune and Misha scolding, so they have no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulder, points at Rin, and makes some quick signs. Popularity aside, please don't do that anymore. Anyway, how's your project going? Will it be done for the festival? Rin looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under the pressure, as Shizune's cold stare is putting on her. Shizune dropping gang signs. I keep wondering about that myself too. And we'll think about it harder. As Misha signs her reply to Shizune, her face turns into an unsatisfied frown. Fun fact, we make fun of how American this game is, but I believe Rin's writer was German and Hanako's was Australian. Interesting! Loving the fun facts. Miss Tezuka, please try to take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it. Rin nods assertively. We'll think more seriously. Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't, not even after the translation. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and then takes off with Misha in tow. Rin frowns softly as she looks after the retreating student council duo. How rude. It's true though, I must finish my project before the weekend. There will be dire consequences if I don't. The end of the world as we know it. The end of, like weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. It's quite the international team. Wow. Maybe I'll postpone mine now to unforeseen future. I'm about to ask what projects she has and what are the apocalyptic consequences, but she walks back into the deserted art classroom. Since you have nothing to do, would you give me a hand? This paint can doesn't fit into my bags, but I need it. She kicks lightly at a huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she was sitting and sleeping on. It lets out a dead clang. Being the gentleman I am, I naturally pick it up. Heavy. Yeah, sure. What do you need? Where do you need to take it? Away. And with that, she takes off to the hallway. Me and the paint can following since there's little choice for either of us. The hallway is quiet and empty now, with Shizune and Misha gone, so we two leave towards the stairwell at the other hand. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps, I have to change the can from one hand to the other because the thin handle cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arm from firing too fast. Rin strolls on beside me with an uneven pace that I have trouble matching. I'm Tortoise. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. That I have trouble matching, or maybe I am walking weird because of the extra weight. It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast. I can't figure out which. Pretty sure the Australian was Hanako's rider. Crazy. 2 flights of stairs below, trouble appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox-like grin. Ah, Mr. Nakai, what happy coincidence. Tezuka too, of course. Mr. Smiling Man. He nods courteously to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back, then turns to me because obviously it's me who he had some business with. There's something I forgot to mention on Monday. I nod and wait impassively because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about this interruption either. It's about your medications. Since you haven't been that long on your current medications, there might be some unexpected side effects which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. Here we go! Here's HIPAA. This is one issue. Should not be discussing medicine with people around that are not your patient. So we will do a few tests regularly, but what? Captain Seraph, thank you so much for the sub! Thank you so much! Oh, Space is one of my VTuber children. A good friend. I feel like Australian and shy are incompatible terms. I actually have a good friend who's Australian. They're very quiet, so they do exist. They do exist. There was a physical edition of Katawa Shoujo distributed at convention in France. Wow. In Australia, the C word is a friendly greeting. Is it the same Australia? I know. Yes. Because yeah. Yeah. It is the same Australian, you know. So we will do a few tests regularly, but what I'd want is for you to keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off, if you get what I mean. Nausea, headache, anything. Then come to see me if something happens. There are art books too! Oh, I would love an art book for this game. Alright. So how are you? Everything fine? I give up and drop the can on the floor before answering him. Apparently this takes longer than my biceps can handle. And a light novel to go with them! I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Other people have asked me that too. Teachers and students here. My parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, not so much for a school. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. Expert Lay, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for hospitals, except for the school. Imagine that one's including an RET one. Interesting. I do enjoy collecting physical copies. The things I have 3, 4, 5 dojins currently in the mail. So much bonus content. This is a small school and both the student base and the faculty seem to be very tightly knit. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. Trip on the Barbie, stop! Sorry, between my throat and my brain issues, if I laugh too much, I either start choking, I start coughing, or I feel like I'm gonna pass out and my vision gets black. Or all 3. It's kind of a dangerous combination, don't die, yeah. Wolf can testify, it happens a lot. Don't die, please. I'm doing my best. I'm not trying to, trust me. This is not the kind of school that gets transfer students too often. I'm usually the cause. I don't want to break her. Thank you for the hydrate regime. I just chugged a bunch of water, but I'm doing some more. And for the posture check, I'm not shrimping for once. Jokes are fine. I don't know why that one really made me laugh. It was a good bad joke. Okay. Yes, death is bad. Suboptimal behavior, indeed. The thought sends shivers up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyway. That's great. Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that you've been at neither through the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you have taken up exercise as I asked. People die if they are killed. Streamer dies coughing playing a game about disabled girls. Disabled streamer dies coughing playing a game about disabled girls. Yeah. People die when they are killed. People die. Yeah. So I'd like to know if you have taken up exercising as I asked. Of course I haven't, but his way of inquiring gives me the feeling that I shouldn't have been running my ass off on the track since the very first day. You have people spying on me? Not as such, I just happen to know a few people. That's not the issue here, so don't try to slip out of it. Well, I was actually just doing some improvised weightlifting as I exercise. I pick up and lift the can up and down a few times like some sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down on my arms painfully. The stupid grin disappears from his face for a second, then comes back like it was never gone. Shizuka, would you give us a second? The nurse looks like such a fuckboy. He does look like a fuckboy. That's an interesting headcanon there. But you know what? I won't say you're wrong. I can see it. I can see it. It's the black shirt, the black pants, and the white belt. It's really something. Isn't he rumored to be gay? Hello? Fill me in on the details, please. The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which he didn't need in the first place, and drags me aside. When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand that you're still in your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of this. Put a daily earring on this sprite. Everyone look out of place. And people also think he's dating Emmy's mom. The reason I'm coming down this hard on you is that habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it'll be. It's the same with everything like dieting. Can you promise me to be more serious about this from now on? Maybe. I mean, I'd say maybe. If we give her the right to call the nurse daddy, stop. Say yes, you miss Amy's real. Yeah, that's what I was checking on right now. I'm gonna say real quick. Uh, this reminds me of when I forget when, but so like in Arthurian mythology, Lancelot is raised by the Lady of the Lake, who Merlin is in like a toxic relationship. And Merlin raised Arthur, right? And Lancelot like cheated on with Guinevere on Arthur. So like was that like there's parents right there. It was just it's so funny. Like when Lancelot called Merlin dad when he was with Guinevere when he was also dating like his mom, it was really funny. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I promise, definitely. Ugh. He studies me for a moment and then shrugs, smiling again. Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy, who probably has no qualms offering consultation to you if you want to jog a bit. Consultation? See you around. Can't have a love triangle on a round table. My favorite. You phrase it like Lancelot and Arthur are together. I probably did. It's Lancelot and Guinevere. But my like polyamory is the solution. Listen, my favorite piece of Arthurian mythos is Lancelot has a little friend who's a giant, and his name is like I want to say his name is Galahad. Like I want to say, hold on, like Galahad, and so he names his son Galahad after this giant friend who's more than a friend. So there's a lot going on in the round table. People aren't straight. There's Lancelot who's a little bit of a slut, but we love him anyway. Um Arthurian mythos trivia for you. He leaves with a wave of his hand and no answer, and I walk to Rin, who has been waiting, idly leaning against the hallway wall and staring at the pale light fixtures in the ceilings. He's a giant. Lancelot, you slut. He kind of. We don't slut shame here. I adore Lancelot. But he kind of is. Like, especially in Fate Grand Order, the man foams at the mouth at the sight of a hot lady, and he just opens his mouth and dumb shit comes out. So he is kind of a slut. Lovingly, affectionately. Lancelot, you slut. I love that dude. Arthurian mythology is so funky. My other favorite part of it is Merlin being the literal Antichrist, and the only reason he's not the Antichrist is because he was baptized. Lancelot Fate series is such a slut. He is. Lancelot is a slut in general, but Fate series Lancelot specifically is very, very slutty, and we love him anyway. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off of them. Are you getting medications for your heart thingy? Were you listening? Comes out more accusatory than I intended and accidentally lashing out on her. Or affectionate. Yes. Honestly, a lot of my favorite characters in media can be referred to as whore affectionate. Lancelot and Merlin included. Oh my goodness, Zelda just made a puppy noise. It was very cute. I don't think my mic picked up on it. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her, I don't know her. It's not her business. The nurse seems to be happily ignorant about confidentiality too, talking about that kind of thing in public. He sounds a bit of a slut himself. Oh, I love what is going on in my chat right now. This is great. But it's not Bryn's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, but Bryn is just staring past my shoulder quizzically, her head tilted like a bird's. I don't know why this is so hard for me. It feels like there's some inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, they're for my heart. Will they make you better? No, not really. They just make me a little less worse. That exchange right there is very accurate. Rin keeps looking at me for a while longer, and she neither, Briscus, hello, thank you for the follow. And she neither says anything further nor displays any kind of emotion I can discern. I'm thankful that she doesn't. I think I'm still not quite used to all this. At the hospital, it was easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. Wayne gets stronger as the sun rises. Kay has fire powers. Bedivere has a laser that shoots out of his arm. Tristan plays Despacito. He's just very, very sad. Mordred has a lightsaber sword. It's pretty great. Other Knights of the Round Table. I don't remember what Percival has. Gareth is just baby. Like the playing Despacito. Listen, I love Tristan, but the guy is just depressed and he plays his little harp. It's great. We leave the main building and Rin leads us onwards towards the dorm. We stop at the small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. The dorm is built on a slightly elevated ground with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. It's probably the only inconvenient design at the school. Galahad's superpower! Being a virgin! He's a bit of an asshole. But to be fair, he was not conceived consensually, and when your parents kind of hate each other because of that, it has an effect on a dude. Poor guy. The entire wall, made of the same kind of bricks as the building itself, has been covered with some sort of painting. I have the power of God and anime on my side. Most of it is still mere sketches, quick lines drawn black and white against the gray plastering that covers almost the entire length of the wall, but some places look a bit more finished. There are human faces and legs and hands. I can't quite say what the painting as a whole might portray. Stacks of what seem to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground beside the wall. See, the left side is hardly off the ground yet. It's because I couldn't get in the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead. Then it was suddenly morning. I have to work on it, but the guys from the art class are helping me with the negative spaces and base surfaces whenever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there are a lot of people with hands. The reach is better, and it's faster too. Notice my spirit animal. She's very relatable. She goes on a tangent of the tangent, waving a little with her arm or whatever of it there actually is to demonstrate, even though I got the point already. The white cotton her sleeve flaps around and makes me think it could look sadder than it does. But it makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of the student base special properties has in the past few days. This girl doesn't notice my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact that she's lost me a while ago already, and just keeps blabbering. That's why I'm trying to figure out if there is something I need to figure out, and then figure out that before it's too late and all hope is lost. This is a lot what it's like to work on art, though. Like, they must have talked to an artist. Because some of us really are just like this. Sometimes it's just like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm gonna talk at you until my idea solves itself. Why would the hope be lost? Because paint has to be painted, and then it has to dry, and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. It takes time. She finally stops, apparently thinking she made some kind of a statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start from the top. So this is your project? You did this? Yes. Yes. All of it? Yes. Nice. But I stumbled with my words, suddenly feeling like I've walked straight into the minefield of political incorrectness. Yeah, there's a bunch of different art styles between some of the characters in this. It's okay, you can say it. I probably won't get mad. I blushed really hard. I don't really know what would be the right thing to say, if any. It feels like I'm way more sensitive than Rin is, though. This is really awkward. Don't you want to ask? How do you paint without hands? See, I'm an easy person to talk to, right? With my feet. I almost guessed that already, but isn't that hard to do? You're good at guessing. Anyway, I don't think it is, but maybe I'm used to it by now. I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she was at using her feet to eat, I figure painting might not be a problem either. Neither of us has anything more to add to the subject. The afternoon light works out pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that at all. You think your feet are calloused or supple? I would go calloused. Just a guess. Because my fingers are calloused from where I paint. Oh. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I wanted to see what it looks like in dim light. Do you think it's flat? Well, paintings tend to be flat. It's a very good face. Not like that flat, you know, flat. Like some people are, no substance, no meat, or there should be some. I know a few girls who, okay, I get it. But I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good with art. I can't name many artists' artistic terms, so I don't really have anything to say. Lily's hair looks a little finished. Her hair does look a little off in places, I agree. But I'm an artist myself. I try not to be critical, but Lily's hair, like, the shading is just a little... Rin shrugs her shoulders at that, saying, "Suit yourself," without saying it, and looks up at the sky as if trying to look for something up there. Don't get me started on the art issues. Y'all are allowed to rant about the art issues. Let me hear. I didn't think I'd get any actual work done. If you give me a hand with the paints, I could do a little bit before it's too dark. I wanted to get the halogen lamp like the ones they have at the sports track, but there aren't any. Rin sure is quick to recruit my help, as well as Shizune. It really makes me feel that the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed. Why not? I'm not sure if I can be of any help, though. Ooh, perspective issues. My inner art teacher will critique the things. Shizune's friend has the worst art, oh no. It's just mixing some paints. You can do that, probably. Do you have motor control problems? Like, you know, those people who have some... Rin? Cerebral palsy, maybe? Not that I know of. I get it. Heart thingy has nothing to do with that. She gives me a side look for no reason. No, it doesn't. Let's do it then. So she sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between the toes of her bare right foot. I open a few of the cans and pour some of the contents into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paint flows lazily from the cans into the bowl like syrup. I mix them, creating funny, hypnotic-looking swirl patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotone hue. Rin sends to work, every now and then asking me for a hand with something or the other. She has a lot of... Shizune's has a lot worse than a lot of the things. Oh. Rip. Posture check, thank you. I am still not shrimping. I am also hydrating as we speak, thank you. Take a break. Stretch a bit. I really wanted to get to the festival, but I don't think we will tonight, because it's almost been 5 hours. I do tend to stream for a long time, but I am a little tired. I was shrimping. Everyone unshrimp. Have a break, have a Kit Kat. Yeah. Oh, my headphones are dying somewhat soon too. Great. Let's get to the end of this day and see how we're feeling. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to be the exact tone this girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. Oh, can relate. Mixing paint is a massive fucking pain. Yeah, it's literally the worst. She wants precision down to the last milliliter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best. It's late here in Brazil. Oh yeah, must be. I have a splash of green. I crouched down to pick up the bright green. I would not trust anyone to mix my paint, even if I did not have hands. I would do that myself. I do it with my mouth. The other green. This green. I carefully pour some of the other green paint into the mixing bowl. Yeah, it sounds like, Hey Liz, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna end it when we get to, the next tonight, whatever the next day is in this game. That sounds good with you guys, because I'm also getting a bit tired. No, that's almost a whole splash. Or wait. Yeah. Is green a good color to add? No idea. You're the artist here. Hint of a smile appears in the corners of her mouth. Do you lack an opinion? No, it's just that I have no idea. It's okay, because I just got an idea. Add more white. With that exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter. That's not good. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw the meaning of life in your dreams, but you can't remember it. Maybe it's yellow. Despite the impossibility of mixing color, like the changes of the seasons or any other nonsense that's being imposed on me, I feel myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. Seeing a painting being worn on the plaster wall feels like magic. I spend the moments I have between mixing paints, crouching down on the paving, and just looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy, but Rin doesn't seem to mind the least bit. Maybe it's just in my head. Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works the details, adding layers of paint on top of other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the wall to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a passable mixture of paint, the rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us say a word for the longest time. Even these short discussions soon evolve into a shorthand, both of us developing and using weird impromptu code for words from various paints. As if there was some need to conserve words and breath and... Oh, Mickey is the girl with the one. We stayed there late into the evening until it became too dark to paint properly. Oh, here we go. Alrighty. Okie dokie. Very convenient. Saving point, we're gonna go ahead and save right here. Okay. Come to Thursday. Yep. The running girl. Oh, right, before Emmy too. I love this scene so much. This next one with Emmy is one of my... I love it so much. It's so good. It's so good. But that just means we have something to look forward to next time. So, wow, thank you guys so much for showing up and giving me all the support. It's kind of crazy. I'm kind of a tiny streamer, so I'm not used to it. But I had so much fun, and having people who know about this game has been a ton of fun having you guys in my chat and talking about things. I do stream pretty regularly because this is kind of my job. This is what I do. Yeah, so good night. No Hamel. Thank you for the follow. And Emiko Kohai, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I'm going to bed. Yeah, I will complete this game. It's gonna take a while, but I will do it. It's been a very niche evening with very tight audience. It has been very fun. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I will say that I have like jaw issues, and talking this much in like a couple of hours is kind of like hurting my jaw. So I won't be able to stream this tomorrow for sure, but I'll maybe do like every other day from now on. Either like early in the day or at the same time around 7 is what I like to do. So I will this has actually been an excellent stream. Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm somewhat new to streaming, so I'm always a little bit nervous about things, but I've had a ton of fun. And I'm not used to reading this much, so I hope my voice is a little bit horrible. I don't normally watch a lot of streams, so I am glad that everyone has enjoyed this. But yeah, I stream pretty much every day. Put your health first. We can wait if needed be. I'll be fine. Like, I stream a lot anyway. This is just like a little bit extra. And I a couple of weeks ago, I would teach for 9 hours a day. Your voice is good. I didn't notice any issues. Thank you. But yeah, this past semester, I had my 3 hours of office hours. Then I had 2 3-hour sessions of life drawings every Tuesday, Thursday, and I was able to do that. So I'm good. But yeah, if you want more of my nonsense, I'm pretty active on Twitter and somewhat active in my Discord, so come say hi. I do not bite, I promise. I love chatting with people. But yeah, I never like raid people because I usually don't have like a ton of people to raid that I know, and I also don't have many viewers. But one of my friends is streaming right now, so I'm gonna raid her because she's awesome. She's playing Apex, so it's cool if you don't want to go hang out and watch, but she's a wonderful person. So we're gonna be raiding Large Nap, and she is a absolute sweetheart. We have very similar VTuber designs. How we met. So yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out with me. We're gonna raid one of my friends and see you guys sometime soon. I don't have raid messages because I'm new, but we're going anyway. Let's go.